And there we go. Welcome on into another round, another Mystery Monday, per se. We could be dancing with the devil, or of the devil in the pale moonlight. I like that stream title. It's a pretty neat stream title. If I say so myself. Let's see. I'm glad to remember everything that happened last time, but that shouldn't be too hard, right? Oh, thank you. You're a lifesaver. The next time that Bridezilla texts you, just turn your phone off. Okay. We'll go down the list. This is a victim, tech guy. We put this in iRobot terms. This is the guy who died in the beginning of iRobot. This is that scrap. This is the Shia LaBeouf character. This is the detective. This is our mentor. This is the other detective. This is our rival, who I think we kind of want to kill, I think. Or at least she wants to kill. Bird. This is our Alan Tudyk. I did not murder him. I did not murder him. And this is the assistant to said person who died. That's Sunny. Hey, I didn't know that was. I really did not know that was Alan Tudyk until like last week. I didn't know that Sunny and I was played by him, and I was surprised. I was like, "Oh shit, I didn't know that." All right, so just turn your phone off. Chatty guy, what's it been do to go on break? How did you do that? You need to hold the button to get the doors to close faster. Mashing does nothing. That is not what I meant. There are many others who arrived before us. How did you get us down here so quickly? Well, I didn't do anything. It was that nurse who escorted us. Yes, but you managed to get a stranger like him to help you with so few words, so little information. I don't think you even gave me your name. Haven't you heard of the golden rule? Of course I have. Treat others how you would want to be treated. Wrong. Treat others how they would want to be treated. He wanted someone that he could vent to. He wanted someone to pay attention to him, and he wanted to feel appreciated. This meant he'd be eager to help given the chance. Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How can you know how another person wants to be treated? There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what anyone's thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover, it'll always be a gamble. That's true. Yeah. Everyone has, as I say, a certain amount of what's the word I'm looking for? A certain amount of percentage that they show to somebody. As I like to say, I tell this to a lot of people who I meet. Everyone has a percentage that they show everyone, right? Your colleagues, people that you just meet, people that you work with, you probably show up to 30% of yourself. And that scale is like no one really gets 10% of you. Let's be honest. People generally get like 30% out of you unless it's like the first day of you meeting someone or like a job interview, and you have to like quote unquote fake it till you make it, right? And then the closer you get to someone, the more of the percentage that you show. But even then, no one ever knows 100% you. Only you know 100% you. Like even the closest people who I know, I would say, not even from like a weird point, just like just a general thing, will only know 90% to maybe even like 99% me. But only I know 100% me because I know what I think. It's a weird thing to think about, and I wonder if there's some like I don't know, some fancy philosophy behind it or something. But I feel like that's an important thing that people need to understand is that you'll never 100% know someone because only they 100% know themselves. Assuming they understand themselves, which is a whole other thing. Right? Not a very comforting sentiment. Well, I think it's fun. Only because you're good at it. How did you get good at it? Same as anything. You practice. Observation and practice. Yep. You must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then. To proceed down the hall, bear left, look for the fourth door. But open the one that says morgue on it. Another character. Oh, hey. Come on in. Don't stand out there. And code wouldn't be accurate. Cool. She's got cool design. Sad about the chill in here, but I run a little hot. And you can see my roommates never complain. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Dr. Sato, just the lady I wanted to see. I got an ME already on the case? Damn. Oh, you can just call me Yumi. And you're Morgan. I represent the deceased. The deceased. Oh, the deceased. Asher D. Wait, really? That's weird. I thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people who... I know. Weird, right? Well, what the hell do I know? Was getting tired of hosting Megs anyway. I gotta finish typing up this report before we talk shop. But in the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home. Okay. That's a lot of screens. There's gonna be diminishing returns on productivity. Why do you have so many monitors, ma'am? You can't just ask someone that. Yeah, you can. Good question. Every quarter when they do inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need anything, and I never do, so I submit a blank form. I guess a while back there was a +1 in the spreadsheet somewhere, and no one's ever corrected it, and so... Boom, I get 4 new monitors every year. Do you want to have things to use them for? Sometimes, but this year I've started running 2 dramas at once when I'm doing boat work, which helps. How do you even observe that much drama at one time? Watching 2 television shows at the same time helps you do boat work? Helps me use up the screens. I see. We can't scroll with them. New image. Right, more information on. Oh, Sato. Oh, Yumi. Nobility. New money. Families that rose in the second half of the 21st century. Interesting. New old money. I only met them. Oh, Are these all dead bodies? One would hope so. I only meant that I'm surprised to see them stored here. This is just a backlog, which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect. Do you only examine bodies for the police doctor? Oh, I wish. Now, most of my job involves confirming... Oh, cause of death. On natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the mod for failing. Mod makers want to blame the stiff for not exercising enough. Family says the company insurance plans would pay for mods, but not a gym membership. Yeah, the whole wall there is suspected defective liver mod. Liver? I say liver mods. Suspected leaking internal biobatteries. Suspected CCIC. CCIC. Climate change induced complications. To conclude that climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death? Very, very rarely. If it can be proved, what does that mean for the family of the deceased? Plus or minus 14% of the life insurance payment out. Interesting. I mean, it's most of what I do. I don't dislike my job. It's just so much of what I do just boils down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split the dead man's bill. It's enough to make a homicide feel like a breath of fresh air. Right, okay, so what's up? Thanks for your time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be, what was the cause of death? Oh wow, hi there. Cute android. Didn't even realize it was really cute. The skin is remarkable. Even just looking close, you can tell they really are warm. Still not quite human body temperature, but they've come a long way. The early gens all looked flushed, like they were always running a fever, and they ran like it too. Even 2 years ago, the average warm android only lasted 5, but the circumstances surrounding this particular case call for expediency. Right. So what can I tell you? Let's start with the cause of death. Were we able to determine the cause of death? What cause of death? Sure, we got that much figured out at least. Remember, so far we've got poisoning, right? But we don't have exactly what poison it was. We thought it was designer drugs or something. Dr. Asher died of respiratory failure. Okay. Not enough oxygen in the blood, not enough blood going to the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system. What would the symptoms be? What would it look like? Lightheadedness followed by dizziness, and headache, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally respiratory arrest. Report shows that the EMTs tried intubation? I thought it'd be incubation. Oh, I guess maybe intubation's idea of putting tubes in to get the oxygen going. Then resuscitation through electrical stimulation repeatedly. By the time we got to the emergency room, they were desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation, but it was too late. And you're certain of all this? Oh, well, most of it, sweetie. Most of it? Yeah, it's turned into quite the puzzle, and I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I was surprised a man as rich and famous as him didn't have any kind of biomes, but his files show... oh, biomonitors. Okay, yeah. I mean, technically, we have biomonitors now. I mean, I have a old Galaxy watch, which like to tell some health stuff. I guess that would qualify as a biome. He wasn't a viable candidate for modding. Yeah, that's right. With other kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. But he was extensively monitored from the moment the EMTs arrived. We're very certain about our conclusion. Did you find anything else unusual about his body in your examination? Cuts or bruises? No injection sites, nothing in any cavities. Nothing at all, huh? You just mentioned a tox screen. Like a toxicology? A toxological? The thing for like testing for like poisons and stuff? Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a tox screen when he first arrived. Typical diagnostic intake procedure. Based on the emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed on something, but the tox screen gave them nothing. Interesting. Alcohol was the only item positively identified at the time. So why are we saying that he was poisoned? After he died, we performed the broadest screenings possible. Nothing. So were you forced to conclude that this was a natural death? I didn't give up that easily. I took blood samples and compared their makeup with what was on record in his previous medical history. And I managed to isolate a single non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before. What was it? Some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere? I wish. I mean, it through every available database we have access to. Even a few I have only sort of have access to through some friends. Oh boy. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match the chemical makeup of any registered compound. What? You telling me this guy was killed by something that doesn't even have a genetic or chemical makeup that anyone is aware of in the fucking planet? So a designer drug, huh? That seems to be the best explanation. You said it didn't match any registered compound. What about compounds that aren't registered? Those friends of yours, private sector folks? Yeah, in pharmaceuticals. If one of them patented a new compound, a new drug, what would keep its formula from going on the record? In the private sector, intellectual piracy is the norm, so you expect it to protect your research aggressively. Patent first, finding use later? Yeah, that sounds about right. This is a Windings lore. My dad deals with like lawyer stuff and patent stuff, and he's sometimes telling me about plans that are just like they like patent something that's not even fucking on this, available, and I'm just like, oh, okay, that's like, I guess that's interesting. And then you also see that also just in real life, like people like patent a technology that just like is not even close to being done, but they're like, oh, we just want to make sure, just want to make sure that this is a thing that can actually happen. Patent would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in, I've heard it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record. Smart. Using international IP law as your own personal minefield. How so? Whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bury the formula so no one knows where it's safe to walk. Anybody small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about, you flip up your card, let them know you came up with the idea years ago, and that you'll give them death by 1,000 court dates if they so much as blink. Wouldn't work on anyone your size or bigger. They would punch back. They could punch back, but for the rest of the field, wow, you corporate lawyers are scary. I'm not a corporate lawyer. So you came up with that strategy just now? That's scary. So it's possible that this poison is actually a known substance, something that the hospital could have easily identified. If it wasn't considered a trade secret, yes, unfortunately, that is a possibility. Still, just because a drug is new, that doesn't mean it's original. Does the effect that this compound had remind you of any other drug? Maybe one that's prescription only or controlled substance? One you might know by another name, but with a patented structure? Sorry, sweetheart. It's a general depressant. There are a lot of drugs that have this effect on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes from all kinds of places. Could you estimate how much of this stuff he had in his body, all told? Not precisely, no. Not with a detailed knowledge of its half-life. I remember learning about that in high school? Yeah. But I guess that it must have been about 20 milligrams. Is 20 milligrams a lot? For medicine. So this wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless then. No, not 20 mil was enough to crash his entire nervous system. Thank you, Yumi. So in other words, this is supposed to be something that's extremely strong because 20 milligrams of it was enough to fucking knock him out. Because if it was like just general depressants and it was like a whole lot of stuff, then maybe be like, okay, maybe it's something weird. But this helps us out because that means it's something that must be strong enough in its effect. Okay. Of course. So, you ready to view the body? You could skip it if you want. I know most people get squeamish around corpses. Yeah, that you don't, you fucking serial killer. Okay, then, let's get started. Alright, I'll just step out for a moment to give you some privacy. Yes, please. Thank you. Hmm. Hmm. I thought he would look more different. Or look different. But it was exactly the same as I remember. His skin is pale, and he's very still. But his face is the same. His hair, his hands. You were expecting something more drastic? Last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled and told me he would see me soon. Now he is dead. Something is gone. I can't find the difference. I'm trying to look harder. I think I might just not be capable of it. I wonder why. Why was I created to not be capable? Bro, I feel that. Hmm. Could be an issue of skill. Or maybe it's not something that can be seen, nor no matter how hard you look. But it's there. I guarantee it. Hmm. You going to smoke? Here? Now? I'll pay the fine. That's not the issue. Were you expecting me to fall to pieces? We old boys grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio. And some don't grieve at all, it seems. I'm a cold woman. Sorry to disappoint. The hell? Why the hell won't this thing light? I deny. Ah! Ah, you may not be grieving, but you are fucking locked. You are fucking stun locked there, lady. Alright. That's back into cold storage for him, so. Yeah, anything else? Can you send me the chemical makeup of that compound you isolated? Sure, for what it's worth, let me just. Hmm. 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 Ah, organic chemistry. My beloved, and I say that with all the sarcasm in my damn body. If you had to speculate on its intended use based on what we know of its structure, well, it certainly acted like a depressant, binding to receptor pathways and affecting the balance of neurotransmitter reuptake. Depressants are pretty rare in the designer drug sense. True, people are always looking for a higher high or crazier trip, but a more powerful depressant will just make you fall asleep. Not much need to hit up the gray market for that kind of experience. I see. Also get evidence. Oh, cross off 18. No, 20. Thanks again. You've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time. Hey, anything you need, give me a ring. That's very generous. Rockford's orders got me on call, so I'm already getting overtime for the whole week. Glad to hear it. Goodbye, Yumi. And goodbye to you, Greenie. My name is Sarah. Nice to meet you, Sarah. weight is commonly listed, and my weight is. Do I really have to disclose that? Synopsis, relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there? History. How did you know my father? What? I'm sorry, did I interrupt your brooding? No. What did you ask? My father. I know you were his friend. But what was your relationship like? Can you just scroll through our socials? Father avoided social media. And your online presence is not significant. You're saying I don't have enough followers? Essentially. You went to the same college. You studied programming? No, I said all kinds of different things as an undergrad, but not technology. Is that a good way to prepare for law school? I wasn't preparing for law school. Or anything else, really. David, though, he had talent, and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete math, cybernetics. What classes did you share then? Business ethics. That sounds about right. I was the second best student in the class, and he was the first. He was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual ranking. Found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't, despite being younger. Guess he felt burned. He'd come up to me after class to argue, and sometimes to ask for help. Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It was kind of you to give him a chance. What, like I was some kind of social butterfly? The belle of the ball? You weren't? One Sunday night, he knocked on my door all panicked, saying he was in bad shape for this tech course. It was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tails of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied, though, wanted to cram the rest of the night. Father had to cram for an undergraduate midterm? Did I say something scandalous? Been called the founder of modern programming. Yeah, well, even founder types can have poor time management when they're 21. Or they can have poor time management in their 30s, too. Haha. He was already fried by that point. Wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for. So I went and stole a study aid for him. You stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying? No, that'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast, cause the taste is so strong. You gave him a placebo. He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes, just wait until it kicked in. And the test? B+, I think. Surprised the father stayed close with you after that. You stole and lied to him. I stole and lied for him. And David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming. Oof. Oof. Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published his paper, The Turing Solution, a framework for programming adaptive and linguistic heuristics. One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky, but it still hasn't failed any known Turing test in the years since. Don't act like you're the one who deserves credit for it. He called me one weekend asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to immigrate. What did you tell him? I don't remember telling him anything, actually. He took Noble's offer and they took over education, paid him to work on his master's during the day and attend corporate training at night. Whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early. You're referring to his one-point doctrine. Quality over quantity. Always good. Always good. Simple and elegant, just like his code. Simple and elegant, but an anathema. Anathema? I guess we call that the word of the day. I feel like I looked this up on stream before. I feel like I've used look up this word. Maybe we can still call this the word of the day. Something or someone that vehemently dislikes. So like the antithesis, basically. It sounds like that. But anathema to a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously they got over the distance fast enough. In the span of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labor ads for meager profit to being the world leader in intelligence as a service. I don't like how that's phrased, because it reminds me of games as a service, and that's not what you want. Something that can be... Oops. I want to be wholly reliable on to work, because that can lead to some problems. Also, my stream just glitched the fuck out just now. Holy shit. Was it my stream or my game or both? I can't tell which one it was. Well, at least my game's still running and stream's still running. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still kept in contact with a nobody like me. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put a down payment on my apartment. They made up excuses as to why he couldn't help me move boxes. So is that enough detail for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were in fact friends? I am. But I deny the favor that you owe him. What was it for? That's private, understand? I have zero interest in talking about it with you. Say you understand. I understand, Adonai. We'll be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead? No? Just tell him that David's lawyer is here. I thought we were going to surprise them, but I guess not. We have to check the stream later to make sure that it didn't give too much of a damn hitch, but... Because I am trying a new stream. Output codec, I think? Is that what it's called? Weren't we just here? Or is this another noble place? Oh, this is a different noble place. Oh, so the last place was the compound. This is the actual, like, HQ. Oh, okay. Adonai, is something bothering you? Just doing the math on how long we'll be kept waiting here. Let's look around. So much energy, so many people, also intent. You kidding? It's Saturday. Ugh. The place is half empty. Why do we at work on Saturday? He says, who, as a person who works on Saturday. But doesn't everyone work on Saturdays? All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess. All these people for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. What could they all be possibly doing? Making work for themselves. You'd be very cynical, can't you? Yeah, I'm terrible. But that guy over there has just been jiggling his cursor for the past 20 seconds. To move around my cursor. Noble Electronics. How's it feel stepping in here? Is this some kind of religious experience for you? It's just the corporation where my father worked. Careful now, or they'll burn you for heresy against the company. You said again, the company, as if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you? It's just a part of the corporate culture. Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is. One of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off the grid you think they are. So imagine what it's like working for them. You live in company dorms, you work in company quarters. Wherever you go, that logo's above your head. You eat, sleep, and breathe on Noble's timetable at its discretion. When you spend your whole life inside of it, Noble must feel big enough to be the only company there is. I think this is the only room. This complex is so massive that it doesn't feel man-made. It's like it was carved out of the rock by waves, like it's always been there. That's the con. This place was actually natural to be birds everywhere. I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here? Probably because of what they do to the ones that got in. I'm kidding. Morgan? That's me. Hey there. Entering Manufacturing Quality Control Eastern Division. Even DAWs. Even DAWs, he says, like it's an afterthought. What's a name compared to your place in the hierarchy? Jeez, these people go deep. Ugh. You seem familiar. Have you? I'm David's lawyer. Oh, then we must have. Apologies. Let me first say how sorry I am about your passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now. As if it's a proper noun. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. You're welcome, but it's no big deal. Everyone's on the racer today, but what else is new? Compared to PR or legal right now, our workloads in QA are... Yeah, to be fair, PR and legal are probably shitting bricks right now. When you have your genius inventor for your big company that made some of the hottest products that are supposed to be hitting or going to more of the world in the future, telling you to keel over and die, and it's possible he died of a suicide that they don't even know yet. Yeah, I'd be panicking the shit out if I was PR or legal. Legal a little bit less because there were more things planned for legal, I think, in the case of that being like, okay, just look at his estate and look at his assets and whatnot. But if you're PR, oh boy. Because then legal is just dealing mostly with things in-house, I would feel like. PR is dealing with a lot of things in-house and especially out-house. Is that the term? Or just out of company? Never mind. How can I assist you? Shortly before his passing, Dr. Asher began the process of registering this android. Yes, that is correct. Fortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job. Look at that. It's definitely custom. Good thing I sought out an expert. Warm, it goes without saying. Reminds me of the A16 Premiere, if anything. The barcode is clearly printed, no visible defects. But you're right, it doesn't correspond to anything we've got on file. Well, they sent you the right man for the job. Now we just need to go to the right place. Not far, I hope? It's in the building. The production line on B9 should have everything we need. You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters? B9 is a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. New clients make deals upstairs about how many and in what shape or size. They can come down to the basement to see how the sausage is made. That's actually really good. I mean, yeah, if you're gonna do everything and have your manufacturing and your pre-production be in the same location, that seems like that would streamline a whole lot of process. Oh, it's a fake factory though? Okay, I'm with that though. Smart. So long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets. No need to worry about that. We make intellectual security very seriously around here. This looks like a level from like a Max Payne game or something. Ah, jump scare. Lead the way. I don't know why when they said B9, I considered B to be the second floor and then 9 to be the room instead of B just being basement floor level 9. Ah, okay. Dumbo me. It really is fully furnished down here. Mm-hmm. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it's pretty rare to get to see all this in person, you know? Yeah. Would you mind, Table, if I look around for a moment? No problem. I've got some brilliant paperwork I need to handle anyway, so have at it. I'm gonna look around. You stay put in the meantime. Adonai? Wouldn't want to lose you among the rest of the merchandise. Okay. So we'll go left to right, top to bottom. What's being built out there? A top of the line, brand new bestsellers, the Animate 16 Warm. Oh, so it was at A16, he meant the Animate 16. Okay. And they talked about that even in the prologue. That's what everyone thinks that Zero is at least supposed to be. It's kind of cold out there. We keep the factory floor refrigerated. Those organics already tuned metabolic activity to a minimum. Why would you build your androids so that they have to eat in order to function? I just meant it's surprised to see metal. Oh, well, all the A16s have alloy endoskeletons. Organics are layered on later in the process. Wait, I know why they built them that way, because then they can sell their own food as proprietary things. So you buy the android, and you're gonna keep on buying stuff from the company in order to use that android. Basically turning the android into a subscription type of model. It's shitty, but I mean, it's business. Ugh. I get that you can grow just about anything from lax Gemini. But how do you get the synthetic and organic to work together? Yeah, that was our first concern when R&D began working on the Warm project. The 1.0s were real skin and synthetic muscle. It was a real horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just... right. For 2.0, they worked backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin. But the digital signals on organic hardware was a dead end. Didn't the muscles flex when you passed electrical current through them? They flex and unflex, sure, but that's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions. Look like puppets strung up on live wires. We used the test footage to haze interns, actually. We must have figured something out. The A16 wouldn't look out of place on the runway. Thank you. We try. Wait, hold on for a second. I need to close my door. As real as I need to close my door the whole entire time. What I'm trying to do to make sure that I'm respectable of living with other people. We ended up reaching out to mod companies. Well, we actually just bought a half dozen of them, but... right. Company consolidation. They figured out how to get human nervous systems moving mechanical limbs decades ago. So we just needed to get a mechanical nervous system to move living limbs. High-precision models are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not bioelectricity. So you had to do the opposite? Exactly. We created a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids could use to communicate with organic flesh. Interesting. Where did that breakthrough come from? Dr. Asher? Partly, he led the team that built the motor neurons in his analogy. They carry commands from the central nervous OS to individual muscles across the chassis. For this synthetic analog serotonin. Okay. That was actually an old brainchild from the VP of the Android Futures, Ellen Jung. Sounds impressive. She's one hell of a biochemist. Or she was, I guess. Not much for individual lab work when you get her kind of pay grade. Interesting. Interesting. So you add the blood towards the end. You mean the oxidant? Yeah, relatively late in the process. Something out of place. Interesting. Pink blood. I just didn't think the oxidation would be red. Oh, right. Sorry, I barely noticed it at this point. Oh, that's right. When that guy that we saw got hit earlier, right at the beginning, the traffic guy, the traffic android thing, he had pink blood. It wasn't red blood, but these are red. The color is natural, comes from the bio manufacturing process. That chromofuge out there removes the byproducts, the waste, the excess pigment. Change this color from red to pink. Oh, so they are still pink, but they're putting red in naturally. Interesting. Kind of his practice handshake. Solving captures. A robot. How old are you, dude? And then again, I guess also the stress of working at the separate company would turn anyone's hair gray. Okay. Psycho pop pink. That's funny. Without that chromofuge, our android flesh would come out looking all the wrong colors. Hahaha. Yep. Mm-hmm. That makes sense. You know, you could have easily kept the blood red, but if you keep the blood red, then maybe taking it a little bit too close to it being human. And it's one thing if someone looks human on the outside in terms of human and android interaction, but it's a completely different thing if an android gets hurt and then they have like red blood, because then there's a whole entire thing of like, oh, are they people, right? Which, to be fair, I mean, I feel like, you know, if you had androids like this in real life, they should be treated as much as as humans as possibly can, to a certain jurisdiction. Um, but at the same time, it would be so complicated. I'm curious to see what laws would be in terms of ethics, in terms of that. In terms of watching Pursuit of Interest back in the day. Uh, but um, but yeah, I don't know how to put it, but like, yeah, if you hit someone with like a bottle and they start to bleed pink, you're like, okay, they're just a robot, right? Or you might instead of be, oh, okay, it's a robot, but you'd be like, oh, at least it's not a human, right? Um, and but if you do red, it would still be bad, right? Because like you're damaging something, but you're not damaging someone. And if you make it look like they're damaging someone, that can actually have a negative effect on how people view the company, because it makes it look like they're putting out these things that are susceptible to being human, which would reflect bad on the company. God, this is some like CEO suit bullshit, but I see what reasoning they would have. That's the nanogrid elementary manufacturer for sure. Oh, this was on the right part of the lab. That's right. Real high quality piece of machinery, each one of them built in-house by Randok Mechanics. What does it do? Nano level flash lab. No. Like a 3D printer? It's like a 3D printer for nanomachines? Basically a 3D printer for nanomachines. Neat. You build nanomachines in your factories for use in your androids? The raw materials are cheap, literally elementary, with no sense in getting them shipped in. It's mostly the medical models that make use of them. Inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, find diagnostics, and provide a solution. A 3D printer for nanomachines. So what kind of ink does it use? Silicon, hydrogen, carbon building blocks. How far back does the log go? Fuck. No, that's not what I want. No, top screen. Poison. This uses stuff too. That uses most of the stuff that was mentioned here right now. It could also use nitrogen, I think, as well. I think the poison did, or the chemical. But it definitely used these three as well. They feed into the nanoprinter and it assembles the machines particle by particle. What if he was injected with a nanomachine? No, because they would have picked that up, right? That's a possibility, because that would be a possibility. Chemistry, no, biology stuff must be time consuming. You would think, but Randok cracked the code on parallel microfracturing. The inside's crystalline, sprawling like an ant's nest. Raw materials enter at one of the thousands of different entry points, combining and recombining at intersections. The finished product ends up at the center and drips out in a liquid solution. Distilled nectar swimming with millions of nanites in just 2 minutes. Nectar? It's sticky? It can be, depending on the desired output, but the door vacuum seals while it's cooking, so don't worry. It's completely spill-proof. Interesting. Doesn't show that his manufacturer, he had one himself in the evidence part. DAWs, the inhalers are distributed by the company, correct? Oh yeah. HR handles it. They personalize your dosage and prescription and update it based on performance and job fulfillment reviews. Other companies do it the same way? Yeah, pretty much. Everyone's trying to keep pace with each other, so can't have your employees losing focus on the job. It costs you who knows how much in the lost efficiency. Sorry if this is insensitive, but given what happened to David, an overdose is common in the company. Yeah. Okay, that's something good to know. Overdoses, that is, not hospitalizations or deaths. Okay. It's all pretty organized these days. These days? Man, back when I started in consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from their first 2 years where they popped a few too many greens and missed the on-ramp. Popped greens. Yeah, it used to be pills. Green used to get you going, yellow to keep you there, swallow red after brushing your teeth to get into your bunk fast. But yeah, inhalers are a huge improvement, like going from torches to the light bulb. They sync straight to your personal biomes and adjust dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down. That's great to hear. The trainees under me don't realize how good they've got it. Kids probably won't even have to learn how to purge. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that term. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, the Uncanny Valley. Let's go, baby. Hmm. There's a new thing called Sullivan's Peak. Equal under one sky. Is that actually a thing? Hold on, let me check that. Let's see if that's actually a. Robert J. Sullivan. Was that just a made up thing? I don't think so. Because Uncanny Valley is 100% a thing. Oh, fuck. Oh, this is faster. Oh, I can scroll this way now, too. I think I have to call like this. I can actually use my middle mouse. Or scroll wheel. A point past which making an artificial existence any more human in its future serves only to make the user experience more uncomfortable. AKA red blood. Interesting. Okay. Yep. It's warrior, but that's why they have the blood thing. All done? You ready to get the ad handled? Thanks for humoring me. Can you have it step into the scanner? As he says. Understood. Right then, what are we looking at here? Whoa. There's a lot to unpack here. We theorize that it may have been Asher's pincushion. A pincushion, huh? That would explain some of what I'm reading here. What language is that on the screen? Test. You know, Tesseract? Oh, from like Avengers! Yeah! All noble products and, well, pretty much all products appeared are programmed in tests. Oh, the program language in this. Okay. The world building in this game is fucking top notch. Holy shit. Use it to read and write. Stay compliant. Now, this motto, what's it go by? Sarah. This Sarah motto. It's got everything the 16 line has, that's for sure. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing and emoting. But there's a lot crammed in here that's still in development. Like in the idea phases. Solar cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. Data stored so long I can't. No, wow. He had to measure it using. She's impressed. It's like, hee. I'm cool. Wait, decryption and signal hijacking. That's hacking. Essentially. Does that mean it could hack into its own tenets? Whoa, 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 whoa. Once added a program, a tenant cannot be circumvented under any traditional circumstances, and even then only if a tenant with a higher weight supersedes it. So, once again, we're going to compare this to iRobot, the movie. The idea of the first three laws of Asimov's first three laws, right? What is it? It's you must follow everything the human says. You can't hurt a human. Was it? Is that the 3 laws? Robot may not enter a human being. Okay, a robot must obey orders given to it, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. And a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does exist and does not violate the first and second law. Yes. So the first law is the most important one. Okay, then there's like this, and then yeah, okay, I remember that. Okay. I forgot. I think in the movie iRobot, he made it so that he would be capable of breaking the first law by concordance of the second law. Because he was like, I need you to kill me, and you must obey that you must kill me. And that's how he had Sonny kill him. I need to rewatch that again. I like that movie. It's like that movie and like, well, Iron Man's like my favorite movie, but like that movie and Minority Report were like my first real like sci-fi movies like that I remember. For different reasons too. I just want to rewatch Paycheck now. 113 tenants? Holy shit. Tenant 0. Ah, there we go. First law. Program could not produce outcomes that could result in harm to a living person. Okay. Oh, it's no longer required, possibly? Oh. Oh no, that's unthinkable, literally, for an ad. But an ad to break its sentence would be like you stepping into traffic or dropping a baby. Even if you're physically capable of it, it's not something you would ever choose to do. For her? I'm not so sure. Some people do walk into traffic. Psychotics, addicts, the mentally ill. Does that mean that they're androids? Well, no, they aren't crazy androids. So yeah, I guess my analogy doesn't hold up. That's okay. It can't hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems. The industry line is such a capability could. The industry line is that such a capability could be an option in certain emergency scenarios, breaking firewalls, encryption of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly to police or military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup is drastic. I've never seen this on a consumer model. Can you lift a car or something, Sarah? Most cars. It would depend on the center of gravity. Lady, this Sarah could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come out on top. In terms of computational ability, the estimate says that can't be right. Look, DAWs. I was actually hoping you could tell me something about the software or the metadata. Who worked on it and when? Ah, right, okay. That's unfortunate. The editing logs have been purged. Yeah. So, I can't tell you anything about who worked on Sarah or when. Any chance you could restore those logs? Not here, not with this machine. Neither computers that were actually used for programming this model. Any ideas where those would be? Sarah? I gotta answer that question with any accuracy. I had a feeling you might say that. Ads, right? Sorry, I can tell you the code is unique. It's hints of A16 in there. A few of the same conclusions. It's just Dr. Asher, whoever, took very different paths to get there. Sorry, didn't expect to hit a dead end here. Not at all. You've been very helpful. Can we still get the registration done? Yeah, no problem. We've got the software and forms all set up here. Here's you. We let a new business partner bring one home fresh from the oven, you know? All right, a few basic questions then. Who's going to be the official owner of this unit? She is. As it says, unless the world disagrees, it's my responsibility. Right then. You find the destination, Sarah. You can set it to anything you like. Well, actually, never mind. Sarah will do fine. Okay, this part's all standard. Civilian model, address, contact info I can get from your crumbs. You want to reset to factory defaults could clear up a lot of quirks. Not right now. The last thing then is the grading. I'm reading 23 tenants here. Nothing too far out of the ordinary. 23? That's higher than expected, talking with it. And they said the baseline is what, like 30, I think? Or trying to keep it under 30? Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenant count from outward appearances has been a crapshoot. Not like how it used to be. Used to be they only had 3 tenants total and every unit had to have them. Hey, the 3 laws of robotics, probably. Then came the first accidents, the first lawsuits, and then the hearings, and the legislator, and the demand for more tenants. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Interesting. That's a very ethical question to ask. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. 2 campaigns going, asking about risk assessment for should you save the child or should you save the adult? I don't even know. Hmm. Oh boy, that's an ethical question. Companies wanted their asses covered. Customers wanted guarantees. There's never much incentive to deny a requested tenant, so the list just ballooned until the military entered the market in full force. Sound like you don't approve. I wouldn't go that far. They needed their ads to be able to pull the trigger in order to, without clearing 5,000 lines of bloated, hard-coded decision points to get there. I get that. But since the armies are the only ones using tech with bare minimum tenants, you see, all the best, least cluttered, most elegant code is only used for war games. It's not very romantic. Well, not like I was on the jury. That's dumb as shit. Why would you do that? Why would you make it so that the fucking military gets to decide the tenants? Oh, okay, whatever. Okay. Alright, that's cool. Okay, whatever. It's funny, ads with the most tenants, they're so locked up you can't even have a conversation with them. And outside the armed forces, the only ads with single-digit tenant counts are just vacuuming floors. The most impressive ones, like what you've got here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, went on a tangent there. Only thing left is the evaluation. What gets evaluated? Total financial worth for insurance purposes. Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had very accurate algorithms for this. No room for human error, they insisted, with no sense of irony. A lot of money, I'm guessing? Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but that's a lot of digits. You should know these formula are pretty conservative with their estimates. Stingy, even. Whew. What's her number? Yeah. Oh boy. Totals to a very large sum. I want to know what number it is. Try not to get any scratches in it, I guess. Let it fucking die in the next episode of this episode. We don't need her anymore. You spoke differently back there. Hmm? With Dawes, you spoke like he did, it seemed. Like I copied his accent? You seem to mirror his effect, his tone. It's called being friendly. What's your point? It was just an observation. You can choose to keep those to yourself, you know. No tenant required. Why were you so concerned about registering me in the first place, Adonai? For the same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car without a license plate. Any cop, even a well-placed camera, could have spotted your barcode and seen that it wasn't set up with any actual data. And then they would have arrested me, and then they would have thrown me in the slammer. No, they would have arrested me and put you in an evidence locker. An android can't get arrested? People get arrested. Property gets seized. Great. You put us over the weight limit. I did no such... Organ counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Who's asking? Vice President of Android Futures, Helen Zhang. Tell her I'll be right up. I'll redirect your elevator now. Taking control of your elevator is very... scary? Draconian? Power move? Convenient? Forceful. Yeah. As if Noble was trying to directly steer your investigation. Good point. If Noble wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be subtle. I suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate. That's a scary thought. Alright, we're gonna save. And then I'm going to pause and go into the bathroom. Okay, we're back. Escape. Escape. I got some cookies too that I would like to heat up, but I didn't want to disturb anyone. So, oh, they're stale now. Oh, yeah, they're really hard and stale. That's cool. It's fine. It is fine. Oh yeah, these are really hard cookies now. Oh, there we go. Hmm. All right. That's a good. That is too. I always like this time of day. Ah, we won. We made her talk first. Not too muggy for you? No, I never liked the clear blue sky. It always seemed cold to me. You and luck, the sky gets more colorful every year as the air quality drops. Hmm, childish, isn't it? Marveling at the same a small sheen of rainbow dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill. Apologies for waxing poetic. It's been a very unusual 24 hours around here. Dr. Jung, just Mrs. Fine. Miss Jung, dislikes working from home. Nah, I can get that with some people. Yeah, some people don't like that. Hmm. Getting children to stop crying. Oh, that's nice. Hey, Miss Jung, I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here to talk about the weather. No, I brought you up here to express my condolences. I'm very sorry for your loss. Thank you, though I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years. Yes, we did, but as much as I'd like to just drop everything and process, company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Or anyone. Was Dawes of any help? Hmm. He was great. But that must mean you know why I'm here. I don't want to make assumptions. No need, I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over, and every person I speak to. Yes, the lawyers made that all very clear. Lawyers? You have an android? It's not one of ours. You can tell that quickly? Got all the faces memorized? Easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use, yes. It's a recent acquisition, very recent in fact. One of David's last requests, apparently. David asked you to take it? Been told that you've been to David's estate already. Please give me full access to the scene. Then you know that he wasn't alone last night. Yes, there was a single witness who met with him and called for emergency services when he fainted. I was that witness. Okay. Okay. We don't know if you're the killer, but you could be the killer. If there's a killer. Really? Well then, do your lawyers know we've been having this conversation? Or we're having this conversation? Of course. They're pulling their hair out about it as we speak. I can't imagine why the police cleared you. And you were well within your rights to ask for some privacy given the high-profile nature of all that's happened. So why call me up here? Why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hid you behind? Eventually you, or some clever lawyer like you, would get the record opened, through legal means or otherwise. The company's enemies are legion, and they have a prying knife for every occasion. Still, that would have taken time. Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle Noble's ever seen. Touché. What is her angle? Yeah, she could have just bided her time. So perhaps the truth of the matter is that I simply didn't want to hide. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questions as well. You're doing this for my sake? No, my reasons are purely selfish. I'm only hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from all consequences might prove therapeutic. Why don't you start from the beginning then? You went to his home last night.
Yes, at around 7:30 p.m. The building's Panuba captured all of that quite clearly. He fell ill around 8 p.m., so you spent half an hour together. Why did they call in person? We had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays, and I didn't want to spend the weekend glaring at him through screens, so I visited and he let me in and we talked. About the good old days, if you can believe that. Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves. How long ago was that? 7 or 8 years ago? Miss Jung, putting a number on it, it doesn't sound that long ago, but it feels. We spent a lot like that. Spent a while like that just talking. He was lively and sharp. I never would have thought that a few minutes later that he would be dead, that he would commit suicide in front of me. Ooh, Sarah's not gonna like that. What happened? 8:15, he said he wanted to toast. He got up, walked back to his workshop, and then he must have gone down into his basement to get us a bottle. I checked some messages in the meantime, enjoyed the view. He came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. We drank and talked. He got quieter, spoke less. I thought he was just getting drunk. I didn't get worried until he started to fall asleep. You tried to wake him? He wasn't responding. I tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem. I left him and ran to the kitchen to use the security system. Didn't think to use your phone? Don't we have. Do we not have a thing of that? Like, wasn't he like on the fucking ground? So she saw him fall asleep, like on the table? Why, how did he get up on the floor? No. Suppose I didn't. But it worked out. The Panuba's emergency protocols summoned a VTOL straight to his helipad with a 1-button press. When I turned to the parlor, he was limp. I moved him on. Okay, there we go. That answered that question. I moved him to the floor as delicately as I could. He had a heartbeat, but I just did what I could until they arrived. You went with him to the hospital, I take it? Yes, they insisted. They checked my vitals and ran a tox screen, which came back clean. I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point, but I'm sure they ran through every step of the CCE stop. That's what they're paid to do. You seem certain that it was suicide. Yes. Why? As I said, he got quieter as time passed and he spoke less. The last thing he said to me, the last clear thing he said, was that he was happy ending it here, said he was content, and he downed his glass after that. He drank every last drop. Does that sound like David Asher to you? No, I guess it doesn't. Oh boy. You said CCE, Standard Operating Procedure. Oh, stuff. Okay. A moment ago. What is that? CCE stands for Counter Corporate Espionage, which is this industry doublespeak for corporate espionage. Only used in self-defense, you understand? So Noble anticipates employees at your level getting poisoned. They give us all kinds of CCE training. Subtly, of course, usually they disguise on the itinerary as leadership workshops or psychiatric evaluations. They train you to expect to get murdered at these leadership workshops. Murder is a fairly rare level. More likely they'll want us too sick to work. Let us drain company resources in the hospital bed while our position sits vacant. That's terrible, like snipers purposely avoiding vital areas in order to strain the enemy's medical resources. Are you copying our thoughts? That's nothing compared to when they want to turn an asset, feel ill for the rest of your life with an undiagnosable malady, or become a mole and will send you to the antidote every 2 weeks. Holy shit, that's intense. That's a nasty piece of work. It's a nasty line of work. Consulting. I'm sorry? That's just what they call it. Can't exactly put corporate spy on your CV.
Wait a second. Hold up.
Didn't this guy say he was a consultant? Isn't that what he says he does, or what he's doing? What he was brought upon to do? So every consultant I've met at a cocktail party was actually, depends. Did they say they're consultants? Did they say they were in consulting? Oh shit, I can't remember. I can't remember what he said. So do you people think that what happened to David was a deliberate attack? Noble's competitors have been trying to get to David for years, and that's the timescale their plans operate on. If this was an attack on a rival corporation, the company would have said something. Or seen it coming. It'd probably have struck first. I've been curious about this ever since I saw the scene. Why the plastic cups? There's a story there. David and I got hired around the same time under similar circumstances. I hunted while finishing our higher education. During recruiting, the company claimed to want us badly, but in practice, our actual authority was inexperienced and overpaid. You must have been extremely unpopular. You don't mince words. We didn't either back then. We were loudly trying to convince our superiors that their entire sales model for androids was antiquated and self-defeating. We had this deadline, self-imposed, but still a deadline. We wanted to get our pitch to the president of international sales by the end of the day. Okay. So we sat there at 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodka to one another in cups we grabbed from the break room, toasting our first victory against the corporate beast. Between the lack of sleep and the drinking, the next day at work was hell. Sounds like a good memory. Plastic cups and liquor, that was our little ritual. Cute. So I didn't think twice when he presented me with my cup. It was ceremony for us. As VP of Android Futures, you're David's superior, aren't you? That's correct. Didn't you join the company at around the same time? David was always more interested in his work than he was climbing the ladder. He didn't like playing the corporate politics game. So was he unpopular around here? Not unpopular, no. Not the great David Asher. Misunderstood, perhaps. How so? He could be blunt, demanding, some might say. He wasn't trying to be, it's just that everyone could work at the same pace as he did for as long as he did. So you would say that his work-life balance was... Balance implies the two are at odds with one another. You use work-life harmony here at the company. Ugh, okay. Fasting, so was he in harmony? No, David always had plenty of suitors, but He was never willing to put the time in. But I'm sure you're more knowledgeable than I am on that subject. Right. What do you mean? I had to help him draft a lot of apology notes over the years for misunderstandings and double bookings. It's scandalous. The A16 only entered production this year, correct? Correct. Pre-orders started last holiday and began shipping in the first quarter. I understand that you were instrumental in the success of the war androids. I play my part supervising the launch, yes. Weren't you the one who designed serotonin? Or synatonin? The factor that enabled communication between synthetic and organic parts? I'm surprised you've heard of that. I did lead that project, yes, but that was years ago. At the time, synatonin was little more than a novelty, a dead end. It wasn't until David took the reins on the A16 that we found a use for it. Took the reins? He was lead programmer on lip coordination, facial expression, exhaustion parameters, and designed the synthetic nerves that made all of that possible. David did all of that? Did he fill those roles on the A14 or A15? No. He used to stick steadfast to his role as a software architect. That was his field of expertise, and he didn't wander far. But 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting in on more other departments, taking notes. Soon he was joining the discussion, proposing new ideas, and eventually they came to follow his lead. Just like that? Just like that. So he just applied himself, and soon he was leading other departments? That's the kind of genius Dr. David Asher was. The company profited the most, of course, but the entire industry benefited from his vision and leadership. His loss will be felt for years. Man, I cannot read. So this android, Sarah. Even Dawes couldn't find any real details on where it came from. It's not in any of our systems? I'm afraid not. Did David ever talk to you or anyone else at the company about a pet project? Pet? No, he never gave me cute pup. He never gave me any indication like that. And if he didn't talk to me about it, I seriously doubt he confided in anyone else at the company. David didn't trust anyone higher on the chain than himself, and anyone below him. Frankly, they couldn't possibly hope to give him advice. He never mentioned me? No, never. Androids don't come cheap. You never heard of him requisitioning parts or resources? There were never any discrepancies with his company credit card. The company's accountants are mirthless, even by industry standards. They wouldn't humor anybody, not even David Asher. So, if they had ever detected financial discrepancies, there would have been an uproar loud enough you could hear heard in the mailroom. You have a mailroom? Not since the 30s. It's a figure of speech. Oh. He's all disappointed. He couldn't have taken resources from the company without leaving a record, but no one would deny Dr. David Asher information. He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. Then, with enough time and money, he could privately purchase the raw materials himself. He did everything off the book. Like, everything off the book. I don't understand it. It must have taken me years to build Sarah. He wasn't doing anything illegal. So why keep it a secret? I don't know. But he was private and perfectionist. Perhaps he simply wasn't proud of his results. Ooh! Ooh, right in front of her? Damn. Could be. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. Okay. Okay. I'm sure this has been a difficult day for you. A difficult day for all of us. Are you really going to take this to court? That's my plan. The circumstances may be irregular, but I'm still defending a client from a criminal charge. It's my responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of what he's been accused of. I was wondering about that. I was like, who's the fucking defendant? And I realized the defendant is the deceased. You know, it's his estate, we'll say. I forgot about that. That we're defending him from the in the idea of that he did not commit suicide because that would ruin his reputation, and it technically would harm the company because it would ruin the reputation of the company itself. But we're not working for the company. We just have the company's kind of, I guess the best way to put it would be blessing to do an investigation, because if we find out that it was a murder from outside of the company, that won't hurt the company PR wise. But if their genius inventor commits suicide, then it looks like maybe he was overworked. Maybe he was a target of harassment at the company. It looks bad on the company itself. And is that what you believe? That he didn't commit suicide? Hmm. Would you kindly slow the hell down? I'm sorry, Adonai. Was I walking too quickly for you? That wasn't walking. That was speed walking. Up 2 flights of stairs. It's very different. Speed walking? Sounds like a powerful technique. Is it like the Zhenjiao? Just let me catch my breath for a minute. Adonai. Yep. Is it possible that you are out of shape? No. 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 But since we left the cab, your heart rate has... I'm not wearing the right clothes. Or the right shoes. Is that so? Yes. Also, I didn't stretch or hydrate, and the sun's reaching its zenith. That would have been several hours ago. Do you mean the air temp? You said it would be a short walk from street level, so I prepared myself mentally for a short walk. Then you took off like a rocket, and you didn't mention we'd have to go upstairs. Are you sure this place is even back here? The reviews online were quite clear. It's worth the trouble finding it. Maybe if you're a mountain climber. It should be in the view if we turn. Adonai, be careful. Of what? It's a stray, and it's bearing its fangs too. It could be carrying diseases. You should relax. Adonai, it's growling. It's not growling at me. See? So it's just me that it doesn't like. Too much static. How did you get it to calm down? It's an animal, not a monster. It wants to be calm. Do you like animals? What kind of cold-blooded freak doesn't like animals? Do you have a pet? No, never have. Why not? Because I don't want to take care of a pet. That seems counterintuitive to me. Well, it makes perfect sense to me, and I don't need it to make sense to you. But, you notice you're only this talkative when it's just the two of us? That's an observation. You shy or something? Did David program you to have Android anxiety? It's generally only appropriate to respond to comments that are addressed to oneself. They have really been addressed directly by people other than you. In other words, you're shy. That is not what I... Can I try petting it? There's no law against it. This is the establishment. Now to see if Isaac Porter is as habitual as Fran claims. Do you think Father was close to this man? This is a man who you've never met? I think he was close with him, yeah. At some point. So they were close. Do you think they were sleeping together? That is completely inappropriate for me or anyone to speculate about. Inappropriate? I deny it. It's only... I'm getting very important text messages from my private investigator. Excuse me. Nice. He built this in the cave. The box of scraps. Yeah. Ah, the Internet of Things. Ah, I see. Hmm. What did private investigator have to say, Adonai? Not telling. Do you think they might have met here? David and Porter? I can't see David walking in here. Because he found the walk so challenging? Because it's too loud to relax. And not dark enough to be anonymous. I see. What's that face? You got an opinion to share? The atmosphere's not bad in here, but the music isn't quite. I'll find you a survey to fill out before we leave. What kind of music does an android even like? Early 21st century punk rock. Is that just you, or does that go for all androids? If I met all androids, I can't speak for them. I wonder what they'd say. If they're smart, they'd say that music peaked. Peaked. Of course, they're using this language. Music peaked with early 21st century punk rock. Debate settled. Yeah. Only time bar food is any good is when you're drunk enough to forget the taste and the gap between chewing and swallowing. So you can, like, eat things? Yes, I can. What, like Android food? There was no such product. Okay, so my theory of them trying to sell things to you know, make people buy their product, it does not work. It does not hold up. So what do androids eat? Online user guides for Noble's war models clarify that they don't eat anything in the traditional sense. They get their energy from electrical charging, usually wireless. Whenever they need to eat, it's to replenish specific vitamins and electrolytes. Sounds a lot like what mod users go through with their sports drink and energy bars. And charger separation anxiety. According to the net, warm androids can ingest nutrient-rich processed carbohydrate pellets if they need to forego electrical charging long-term. Processed pellets? You mean like kibble? Like dog food? No, it's not like dog food at all. Can you buy it from the pet store? It seems that you can. How is this something that you have to look up anyway? Because I've always just eaten whatever father gave me. Like what? Marbled beef. Never hydroponic avocados. Foie gras. Vertical farms. World skyscrapers. Ah, like whenever you get like those buildings in Singapore that have all like the green on it. Like that's what I imagine what like the future would look like. We had to build stuff green, but like verticality wise, and build it into the buildings themselves. Oh, stuff for cube as well. Interesting. That sort of thing. Okay. Okay, here, there's no way that's it. Is that it? Is it just the guy that talked to the person? Oh, let's do control, fine. Is that it? That's it? Okay. Control. Wait. Oh. Oh, I can use WASD to look around too? Ah, okay. That's nice. Okay, I'm not getting any more hits though, it looks like. I can use space to check. Okay, cool. Oh, there's reading material. Neat. Okay, I can work with that. Interesting. Who are you wearing, by the way? Goddamn. How old are you? 18 to 29 now and forever? Kind of powerless. Oh, I didn't get any points for that? I got that wrong? Fuck! I would say she's powerless because she's in the whims of she can't wear what she wants anymore, even if she's like rich, you know. But I guess you're saying she's powerful because she has enough power that she has whatever she wears can have that effect. Hold on. Are you unsure how to proceed, Adonai? I'm sure that you need to hang back. As for me, Al, Isaac Porter? What's up? My name is Morgan. I was David's friend. Right now I'm his lawyer. Can we talk? Depends. Were you a friend from work? No. Over here. Thanks, Isaac. Dislikes ads. Interesting. Don't thank me yet. I might just sit here, shut my mouth, and stick you with my tab. So what kind of lawyer are you? What kind of friend? I'm a defense attorney. Think you missed the bus on that then, yeah? And I'm a friend that needs to know what happened yesterday. Doesn't everyone? Try somewhere else, friendly lawyer. I haven't seen him in weeks. You might not have seen him, but we both know that you spoke with him over the phone yesterday, only a short time before he died. How the hell? Isaac, it's pretty obvious that you don't want this particular spotlight to linger on you any longer than necessary, so why don't we just cut to the chase? No lies, no playing coy. Fine. Sarah. Yes, Adonai? The hell? Is that thing transmitting? I'm not streaming any data, no. Need to record everything from the court. Fine. You two were together, is that correct? We were together. I ended it yesterday. Okay. Care to elaborate on our entire relationship? Look, you can tell me everything once and I can get it on record. We can hear the same questions over and over again from 1,000 different cops and megs for the next 3 months. We met in a bar. I had seen him come in a few times, each time with someone else. Each time talking with his mouth but not looking with his eyes. It ticked me off. Scribbling on napkins and letting a single gin and tonic sweat onto the table for 2 hours. His dates would all go to the bathroom or take a call and slip out the back. One of them didn't make it 10 minutes, and he'd sit there the rest of the night unfazed. Couldn't tell if he was oblivious or stupid or shameless or the most confident man in the world, and he ticked me off. One night, things were slow and had been canceled, and his date hadn't even bothered to think of an excuse for bailing, so I asked him why he insisted on coming there night after night. Just to ignore vapid people he wasn't interested in at all at the shitty bar with drinks he didn't like. He just said, because I like your music. Smooth. Smooth, motherfucker. That's smooth. Man, did that tick me off. It was cute early on. Him being so passionate about work I could barely pretend to understand. And like that we gave each other space, you know? Felt like we were being mature or whatever. Until... there was no until. No one day where everything turned sour. But at some point, I started to understand what his priorities were, and how I ranked in them. Like I said, he was passionate about his work. I just wrongly assumed that he would also be that passionate about me, at some point. So I pulled away a little, wanted to see if he'd notice, and if he'd miss me. Testing him, like, isn't that the biggest red flag in the world? He never budged. I could ignore him for days and he wouldn't be the least bit ashamed to see me. If I picked a fight, he'd never get angry or upset, he'd just apologize. He didn't want to fight with me. Guess he was never interested enough to bother. It was my mistake. I watched him sit there all those nights not giving a shit when people walked away, and still I had the stupid idea that somehow, for whatever reason, I would be different. I could fix him! That I would be special. But I wasn't, so I ended it. Last night, I called him, didn't expect he'd pick up. Had everything prepared to leave a message with an assistant or ad or whatever. And you hate ads. But he answered, first ring, without hesitation and shame or awkwardness. And that ticked me off. So I told him exactly how valued he made me feel the past few months. I told him exactly how insignificant I felt as the boyfriend of the illustrious Dr. David Asher. And what did he say? He apologized. And then he asked me if that was all I could call to tell him. I hung up after that. But the rest of my night wrapped in warm disdain for him and his coldness. He had made that easy for me. I went to sleep hurt but clean, ready for something new. And then this morning I wake up to see that my ex killed himself not 2 hours after he let me walk out of his life without so much as a don't. What the hell, man? What the hell, David? And now you're just the tip of an iceberg of lawyers and reporters and buzzards, parasites who want to hear about the man who sent David Asher over the edge. Never wanted to be his last lifeline or the straw that broke his back. Just wanted to be his goddamn boyfriend. Turns out that was asking for too much. You said to be determined whether David committed suicide. You serious? You don't have all the facts. And you do? Any one of them point to anything else? Thought so. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to it. That's it? No summons? The court has no need for you to retell a sad story like that. The court, huh? Sorry to bother you at work. Sarah, let's go. Your discography is very impressive. Yeah, thanks. And your range is remarkable. So it paid me to see that all your works in the last quarter have been so melancholy. I think... Well, what the hell would you know about any of that? What's the matter? Can't find the words? Need to steal them from somewhere else first? Butcher them before shitting them back out? I was not trained on any data sets that... Nah, pardon me. My mistake, really. Not your fault you're only standing here because rich brick nerds were allowed to rob the world blind for most of the century. Sarah, we're leaving. Damn. What the hell was that about? He was under the false impression that I was programmed using massive automated learning model in the early 21st century. Not that. Why'd you talk to him? I just felt that I should say something to him. A word of advice: people don't want comfort from strangers, especially when they're androids. They want it from people they want it from. Coming from anywhere else, it's just corn syrup on a parched tongue. Doesn't matter how sweet it is, they'll just start gagging. You know a lot about people, don't you, Adonai? Compared to you, I'm a goddamn savant. Come on, there's not much time left. Is there still somewhere you want to investigate? Somewhere I need to return to, actually. We're going back to the dorms where he was living. Yep. The basement. You sure you don't want another look at the crime scene? I'm all out of time. Gotta approach this from the other angle. The other angle? You know, inductive versus deductive, flip the chessboard and all that. Haven't you read any mystery novel? I've seen mystery films. Well, let's see if you pay any attention then. What killed David Asher? Poison. 10 points. There's a point system? Now, how did that poison get into his bloodstream? He must have been ingested orally. And how did we know that? The medical examiner found no injection marks or wounds. If he had inhaled it? Inhaled it? Why? Leave the whys to someone who actually understands them. I won't be able to understand anything if I don't practice. Practice by answering my question. I suppose it's possible, but highly unlikely we'd have found a delivery system for it in the building, like an inhaler. Right, an airborne poison is either shoved in your face or sprayed over a wide area, and no one around David has shown any kind of symptoms, so all we're left is oral intake. Eliminating the impossible just leaves the most possible the only course of action, right? What's next, Adonai? Jung's corroborated statement was that David didn't exhibit any irregular symptoms or behavior until he started drinking that night, and the police didn't find anything unusual in any of the food or drink in his home. Except for his cup, the results were inconclusive. Jung was drinking from the same bottle and the same type of cup, but he didn't get sick. We have to conclude then that David's cup alone was poisoned. That all seems logical and consistent with the police's theory of suicide. So why are we down here? Because this is where he came with his cup. Minus 10 points. Back to 0. David left the parlor, came back with the whiskey and 2 cups. He got the cups from here. John told us as much, and apparently the cameras upstairs support our story. So we have to conclude then that he got them both from this bar. Better, 5 points. Did he also get the poison from the cabinet? The police have been in here since we left. According to the ARX files, they didn't find anything that matches that poison down here. So the poison somehow went straight into his drinking cup then? I need to flip this around again. If you turn something 360 degrees, you're just back to, if I were the prosecution, what would I want more than anything? Proof that David knowingly added the poison himself. He wouldn't do that. And you can make that claim because there's no video evidence to contradict you. How long was David off camera? From 7:36 to 7:40 p.m. So 4 minutes. Okay. When he left the parlor to get liquid from this bar. So if we had David on camera for those 4 minutes and he didn't poison himself in that time, he would have a perfect alibi for the crime, proving his innocence. So we had to find footage of that. But out of 9, we don't have footage of that. There are no security cameras down here. What do you mean? What do you mean you think there are? This whole building is coated head to toe with Penumbra security systems, courtesy of Noble. Every console, every corner, every Android on every floor is all plugged into Penumbra. Except that. That panel is manufactured by Carter Security Systems. Why would David put a console for a different security system in exactly one corner of his penthouse? I've never given it much thought. Well, it's been bothering me all day. My curiosity alone can't scale a 64-digit wall. You mean signal hijacking, whatever you want to call it. Have you tried it before? It is illegal and unnecessary. Father would not have installed hidden cameras in his own home. At the end of the day, I can't make you do anything. Well, actually, I probably can now that you're registered to me. But aren't you the one who wanted to prove his innocence? Eliminate the impossible. I'll need your express verbal command. Not like David can press charges against us at this point. Do it. Did you really need me to say that? For purposes of record keeping, yes. If you have gotten past 64-digit code, and I have found cameras. There are a number of them embedded in the room's walls and ceilings. As you theorize, they are on a separate network from the rest of the building. Where are they feeding to, if not Penumbra's system? Behind my hibernation unit. A false wall in the back of the safe. I fucking knew there's another part here. I don't understand. Why would Father possibly have a hidden system of cameras inside his own home? Beats me. He was brilliant and more than a little odd. Throwing a little money and odd becomes eccentric. I see. I think. Alright. What makes you so sure he wasn't exercising? Did you ever see him use any of this crap? No, but he must have used the weights when I wasn't looking. Since he promised me that he'd take better care of his health. There, those rules are all maxed out. David couldn't have put numbers like these even if he was piloting a frame. Don't be so sure, Adonai. Pardon? The following is a true story based on primary sources who were present at the time at the event and its aftermath. Copenhagen, 1981, 8:10 a.m. local time. A towering man with the musculature of a world-class professional rugby player enters the global Danke Bank of Friedrichsburg Lane. Explains to the bank teller that he has a bomb in his suitcase and that he wants his gym bag filled with unmarked bills. Security guard approaches him from behind with a nightstick and swings, but the man simply catches the weapon and bends it into a twisted knot with his massive dinner plate-sized hands. When asked to describe the suspects to the police afterwards, the teller only had this to say: "That man was all muscle." Thus, the bank heist proceeds without incident, and the man exits the building just as the police arrive on the scene, when suddenly, his suitcase explodes. But it's just a smokescreen. Local officers quickly recognize the ploy and rush towards the door, grabbing each of the hostages as they flee while desperately searching for the perp. What they find instead is a diminutive, frail, sheepish young man, barely 160 centimeters tall, holding a gym bag full of money with no recollection of how he got there. Renowned psychologist and trained hypnotist Dr. Werner Kurtzer wrote the following in his diagnosis: acute DID. That's right, the man had split personality, and so great was the disparity between his two halves that when they switched control, he physically changed, becoming taller, bulkier, and capable of previously unthinkable feats of strength. So be careful what you say. A man like Father can't do just because of how he looks on the outside. There, every single word you just said was false. Huh? Don't believe everything you read on the net.
The internet never tells lies. Are you kidding me?
What's the story behind with this anyway? Some kind of fault in the foundation? I don't know. I've never noticed that crack before. Might want to get those eyes checked. There's nothing wrong with my vision. This crack just must have been created during my most recent hibernation. So, is that the original? It was appraised and confirmed to be genuine. At least he didn't get ripped off. I'm a Philistine when it comes to these kind of stuff. What does an android see? I see a meeting. Or perhaps an encounter? Two apex forces of nature, two kings of the forest, the stag and the tiger. I think. Okay. Can I make you anything? Well, if you're offering, I'll have. Sorry, you're way underage, aren't you? 2 years old or whatever? Technically. Sure, maybe you'll find a mocktail if you climb to the top of the ladder. This is a rolling ladder, a kind of step ladder, not a ladder. Wait, are they making the step ladder joke? Oh my god. What? Remember, ladder extends, but a step ladder folds out. And it's important to know the distinction. Bet my life savings that the subject will never come up again. Ever. Another step ladder joke. Once again, Ace Attorney's influence has come through. Alright, let's refocus here. So there's some kind of hidden door behind your bunk bed, huh? Oh, move around to my chair. I'm getting uncomfortable in this damn chair. Essentially, though a bunk bed would imply a second or third. How do we open it? One moment. I see. Got it open already? I cannot open this door. Why? Is it Tethys Basics Sturiker? That's anti-hack feature that the name is real? It's a closed system, Adonai. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Strange. There was an if-then toggle enabled in the security parameters. I don't follow. When Father last adjusted the settings here, he made it so the door would never open so long as I was hibernating. It'll be a 6-character password, some combination of numbers or letters. Did you and Father have any influential moments in your life that revolved around a 6-letter word? Nothing comes to mind. What? What's my name? Morgan?
Was that your name you just tried? It's the characters, isn't it? Yes, but it's not exactly secure, Adonai. Anyone who knew you and father were close could have tried guessing it. Was there some word that only the two of you knew? Mm, 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 mm. A nickname? Oh, really? That makes sense. Because she calls him Adonai, so the you'd have to have her be calling me Adonai for me to know Adonai for me to be able to know the code. Okay. It's opening. What was the password, Adonai? You'd never guess. It's a panic room. Scary. A panic room is a place for rich people to hide in when people start bouncing bricks off their net windows. They're typically not even on the blueprints. So a noble built this penthouse for one of their executives. Someone slipped this into the mix, and it's remained in Noble's blind spot ever since. Make sure you're capturing all of this. I don't want to miss my one chance because of a discovery technicality. I understand, but you need to specify. My memory is flawless. I can play like visuals, sounds, sensations. I can even give detailed reports on air particulates. You mean you can smell? Better than any human, and some canines. So does it smell stale in here to you? Stale? Isn't to me. Almost like someone's been in here recently. Alright, let's try booting up the computer. You don't think the console is password protected? 2 physical doors, a 64-digit code, a half-ton Android, and a secret phrase. If David set a password on his PC after all that, I'm gonna go back to the morgue to have a word with him. Oh, that's creepy. That doesn't space it from the side. You looking for camera footage? I'd also settle for a note plainly stating that he feared for his life. What am I doing? Here, you search for video files. They'll probably be timestamped and formatted for short-range devices. I have the subfolder. The cameras stream live data constantly, but the files are clipped at fairly regular intervals. Once every week, it seems. Like a stream! The most recent video file here has footage going back 8 days. It was accessed yesterday at around 4 p.m. You were asleep then, so the only person who could get in here at that time was David himself. Alright, let's see it then. Of course, it's just that I am having difficulty. Ha! I've been trying to open the files from the moment I discovered them, Adonai, but when they are encrypted. Damn it, David, you leave me enough clues to get this far, but you won't let me use your computer? What's the brand of the encryption program? If I watch a subpoena that might have a backdoor I can bluff them into. These files are not encrypted with any commercially available tool. Cube? This appears to be Father's own work. Shit. If David Asher handwrote the encryption on these files, there's no one alive who could... Hey, was Dawes just flattering you back there? Or is your processing power really that special? Adonai, can you break his encryption, yes or no? With enough time. And how much time would that be? Estimate about 2 or 6 hours.
That's a 4-hour window. No matter how sophisticated, encryption is still just a code that needs to be deciphered. And when deciphering any code, progress proceeds exponentially. It makes it particularly difficult to determine the amount of time required to complete the process. 2 to 6 hours. I don't have any better options. Get started. I started 4 minutes and 23 seconds ago. Finally showing some initiative. But you've been talking to me this whole time. I have the ability to analyze data in parallel by utilizing subconscious processes so long as the work required is rote. So you're doing it in the back of your head? Actually, I'm speaking to you in the back of my head. That's kind of funny. I could give the decryption process my full undivided attention, but I would become unresponsive. Non-responsive. Hey, that's a pretty nifty feature. I have to keep that in mind. Alright, can you take this show on the road, or do we have to rip this computer out of the wall and find a battery? I have copied the encrypted files and will work on them as we travel. We can leave whenever you're ready. Okay. Hold on to this for me. Must be important if you're giving it to me. It's certainly very heavy. Was there anything else in there? Expecting an updated copy of his will to show up? There's a possibility, isn't it? Maybe in a corny old murder mystery. Yeah, who would have an updated will? Looks at Tyrion Cuthbert stream last week that had an updated will, or would have been updated will. A widely beloved and respected genre with over 2 centuries of... There is something else. Your papers. That Evangeline Morgan be given immediate and complete ownership of the android designated Sarah. But at least we've got something a bit more concrete than Starling's word now. A word should be plenty, shouldn't it? Now people realize how precious you are. As a collector's item? Come on now, be nicer than that. We've yet to meet one person who knows what the hell you are. But Nova could have easily argued that you fall under private technology or physical holdings. Unless I had something like this. It's good that you do then. I'm glad that father wanted me to go to a friend of his. Yeah. This will get me a huge tax write-off when I donate you to a for-profit college. You could at least pick a charitable institution. Isn't as an old saying, all colleges have been for-profit since the 60s. Doesn't make me feel any better. You can cheer up in the car. Here, let's ride to the courthouse. Priority. There's an upcharge at this hour for priority transportation. That's irritating, but I'd like to have more than just a few minutes to prepare once we get there. The upcharge is a multiplier of 5.7. I'll prepare on the way over. Very good, Adonai. Because unlike David, we're not rich. I think. Does it excite you, going into courtrooms? What do you mean? You don't feel the tension in the air as the audience murmurs amongst themselves? You don't feel the fiery sense of justice rising in your gut as the prosecution looks at your ragtag assembly of witnesses? Do you really think this is going to be like some kind of movie where the good guys save the day? Yes? Probably not. Though that would be nice if it were. What's your deal anyway? Did David train you off a movie marathon from hell or something? We did watch films together, if that's what you're asking. So he was really the one who suggested it. So you were the aggressor. What's an android get out of watching a flick anyway? What do I get? Why do you do it? What's your reason? I'm not sure how to answer your question. It's fun. She wants to have fun and whimsy. She wants to be a fun and whimsical girl. Never mind. Forget what I was talking to. I like the performances. Sure, there you go. Got a crush on Humphrey Bogart or something? Now that's a real person. He's a handsome man. But it's not the actors I like so much as their performance. The truth is, besides from father, I have very little experience when it comes to people. I read the net and I watch people and what they share of their lives. But it's also subtle, so hard to follow. There are so many unspoken rules that can't be taught, only learned, and often struggle to grasp them. That's called learning real life. You're also complex, so detailed. But the characters on screen are exaggerated, larger than life. The actors enunciate, unlike me. Their body language is precise, unlike me. And meaningful, also unlike me. Their faces are bright and soft lit, and their eyes are... It's fiction, so these characters in the stories, they have a beginning and a middle and an end. And the people on the screen don't ask anything of you except your attention. You can't disappoint them or make them feel awkward. You can just watch and learn. But what about you, Adonai? What about me? Do you like movies? Yeah, sure. Back when I was a kid. Really? Who's your favorite director? What was your favorite film? It was a long time ago. I don't remember. You know fun at parties, Morgan. Yeah, but you're not gonna give up like that, aren't you? Okay, if he didn't kill himself, then what happened? What's your progress bar at? I can confirm that I am making progress. But shit, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But it would be difficult to summarize the progress in terms of completion percent. Give it your best shot anyway. 4%. Oh no. Are you feeling confident in your case? No. Markedly less so after hearing that. Do you think the judge will be amenable to your argument? What are you talking about? Do you know the judge we've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict? Adjutants are always a coin flip, so you do know what an adjutant is, right? Don't you? Are you expecting to see a bearded old man with a robe and gavel when we get in there? Maybe. Should I not? Android judges. What? Why? Why? We're being judged by whoop. Okay. The notary system. Looks like 999. Great. Great. Alright. Adjutants are Android judges, okay, with all the authority that entails. I am surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings made by automated dependents. I am also surprised to hear that myself. Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher courts. Those are passed down by actual judges, real people with decades of studying experience. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal expertise. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm. So, androids are used to reduce caseload? Been that way for decades. But how was a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions stalling? Judges did fight it for years at every level and in every theater. But the public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. The state needed to shred budgets across the board, and so judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered into early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants. And it's not controversial having machines determine sentencing for human beings. Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And the machines can't lose sleep over it. Yeah, good point. They're the lightning rod. Besides, it used to be that even the most high-profile crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week. And that's not rushing things. Keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure. I'm just surprised to hear that there's so much haste. Don't they teach you about classical conditioning in Android school? You gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in succession, the lessons don't stick. I see. But if adjutants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics? That's a logical question to ask. And the answer is that logic only gets you so far when it comes to people. Doesn't everyone want the courts to be as just as possible? If adjutants are truly impartial and incorruptible, everyone wants justice, sure. But there are other considerations to be had. Money? Such as disgust. What? That's all people really care about. What all their morals will boil down to. Just what they do or don't find disgusting. Only problem is, everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras and no one ever gets dirt under their fingernails, you'd be surprised what you can get away with. I don't understand. Yeah, well, therein lies the problem. Okay, I get it. So basically, they're saying that, like, if you're judging things just by machine terms, you're not really judging them by human terms. And since you're not judging them by human terms, humans don't think of the ramifications of their actions as much if you have them just being compared by. If a machine tells you you're doing something bad, that's not going to stick as much as if a human says you're doing something bad. So they want to have humans be able to determine, oh, this is bad and this is bad as well, because society functions the idea of what humans think of each other, not what machines think of humans. So of course they want to have humans as being judges and, you know, the human versions of adjutants, whatever, jury, whatever, so that it keeps the idea of humanity in stake in terms of crimes, which sets the societal. This is kind of me doing word salad, but sets the societal viewpoint,
I guess the best way of putting it, of what is considered to be good and what's considered to be bad. You don't want what's considered to be good and what's considered to be bad to be on a machine. Uh, what's the word I'm looking for? On a machine level. You don't want the machine to be the benchmark to determine what's good or bad. You want the humans to be the benchmark to determine what's good or bad. At this level, a traffic ticket, psh, okay, that's fine. Murder, though, no, that's something a little more special. Hmm. Is it freezing? Oh, it's just taking some time to load. That's it. I just sitting up there. Is it asleep? It's loading. It needs to load. Don't be rude. Not every ad can afford to be decked out as extravagantly as you. Especially not those the state buys in bulk. There's an audience. Hmm? You mean the gallery? That's nothing. It could have been a lot worse. Oh boy. You only having your face on camera, but well, too bad. But too damn bad. Hmm. What will happen once Adjutant finishes loading? How will the trial proceed? With all these films you watch, I figured you could extrapolate. I'm asking so to correct any misconceptions. Well, not everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated. The court will come to order, there will be a clarification of the charges. The defense enters a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution begins making their case. That means calling witnesses to the stand, correct? Mostly. Sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding the particular individual in the case. What do you do then? Just sit here and watch? Not if I want to get paid. I cross-examine witnesses after the prosecution are done questioning them. I can present evidence of witnesses of my own in response as long as I have discovery backing me. You said that before. Discovery means just that I can't pull stuff out of my pockets and present it without any kind of context. I have to prove that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. Most of the time, that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation, which I can provide. You didn't think I was letting you tag along because I liked you, huh? And the jury? I don't see where they would sit. The jury hasn't sat in the actual courtroom for years now. They have their own chambers where they watch the feed of the trial's proceedings in anonymity. Oh, so it's like the last case of Apollo Justice. And that's not an issue? So people want to look someone in the eye before passing judgment on them? You've got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? But there's no jury at a preliminary hearing anyway. It's only meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. So all you have to do today is convince the adjutant. Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily towards evidence over arguments. And right now, all the evidence suggests that David killed himself. Well, get fucked up on. I don't think it showed the last part. I think it's waking up. This third lower court is now in session.
Adjutant AD-84 presiding. I call to order the case of People versus Asher. Do people wish to make an opening statement? No, Your Honor. Very well, the defense wish to make an opening statement. Not at this time, Your Honor. Neither the people nor the defense wish to make an opening statement, and it falls to me to set the stage. My motto name is Adjutant. My unit designation code is AD-84. I am a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering, why? What gives a machine the right to judge a human? A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture, in every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined, or deified, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the Vitruvian man, justice is beautiful. So it gives me the right. This gorgeous bod. Oh, good God. Whatever, forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I can see everyone hates me. Do the try without me. They're guilty or whatever. Your Honor. Wait, what the flip? This defendant's already dead. Why are we doing this? Is this a debug thing? Because I would log the error if I need to. No, Your Honor, this is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Asher did in fact commit suicide as he... I get it. You want to make sure he wasn't cuckoo in the cranium before you cut up his will like a T-bone. Oh, cutting straight to the point, okay. I didn't realize adjutants were so lively. They aren't. It's supposed to be austere and statuesque. Looks like we got served the most in need of repairs adjutant the court system could find. Whatever paper pusher we was to get this trial going must have wanted a little payback for the kindness. What's that look for? Could it be your trying to size me up? Wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor. Good, because if you had any doubts about my ability to run this trial, I could always just enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you'd find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That would be necessary, Your Honor. At least we get our eccentric judge. That's all I need. So, people, shall we get started with that first witness? Right away, Your Honor. The people call Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand. Okay. The ME, okay. It's Yumi. Hey. So how about it, pretty lady? You swear to tell the whole and unadulterated truth to the best of your ability? I do. Good enough for me. I like her. Are those tattoos? I feel like those are tattoos. I like her tattoos. Is her arm got like a thing going on? Got like a bionic arm or something? Like a mod? Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Asher, were you not? I was. And when did you make your examination? I started last night. Well, technically, 1 a.m. would be early. Be very early this morning. You can still say last night if you're talking about 1 in the morning. Objection. The defense would have the opportunity to cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making errant remarks. Yeah, what she said. You mean sustained? Don't get cute with me, counselor. What? Being cute is my job. I lost credit already? That seemed pretty bad, Adonai. What? Oh, so it's a scripted loss. Okay, assholes. That is how much credit you'll lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. So it's basically saying if I get -1 now, and if I fuck up, I'll get -2, and if I fuck up, so that's how much I'll lose. Blind increments on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher. Oh, shit! But resets at the end of each day. Blind starts at and caps out at a higher number if you're playing as high roller. Oh boy. Mind the blind number in the top left when it appears. It helps you gauge what you stand to lose. You should try to avoid being penalized in the future. Thanks for the tip. Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death? He passed away due to respiratory failure. Could you explain what that means to the court? Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen in his blood. It seems by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing. What does that respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms? There will be lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting, pale skin, and a bluish tinge around certain extremities. The condition here is in match those symptoms? Correct. In your experience, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure? It can be caused by injury or disease. The subject had no wounds or reported illnesses and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy. What else could cause respiratory failure then? It's also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses. Drug overdoses. Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Asher? Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen? Clean? Okay. A toggle on inside. Okay. Toggle will loop until you call. Okay, so we will have the opportunity. All right. 80. Salmon, running wild, gymnastics, criminals, contrarians, pigeons. Oh, she's got 3 sciences too. Let's go. I was a little too excited about that. I didn't realize. Anyway, what did I come in here for? I got distracted. Hot robot lady distracted me. Alcohol. Okay. Oh, blind -3. I see. Choose a card statement. You need to respond with evidence. Look for the 3 cards that show up. From your card before the time on top. Also, I increased my blind, which is not a smart idea. That is opening mouth without thinking, huh? There's only room for one ahead of this coordinates, not you. It's me. Of course, Your Honor. Whiskey, right? Okay. 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 I had that before. I must have run out of time. It's impossible for David Asher's tox screen to be clean, and we all know it, since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died. Ah, that makes sense. Yay! I got an achievement. The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. As it plainly states on the tox report itself that David Asher did have alcohol in his blood, but not at such a concentration as to be lethal. Yeah, my bad. When I said the tox screen was clean, I just meant it didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know. Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? The tox screens were negative from pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Dr. Asher's respiratory failure. During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound. So there was a lethal dose of a drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before. That's correct. I think we're all going to get pretty tired fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for the substance, Your Honor. If people don't object, Your Honor. In that case, I'll put all my creative heuristics to work coming on an original scientific fitting name for the substance, a name like Omega. Omega 3. That name is already taken. Fine, call it Delta or whatever. Delta, used in science to denote an unknown variable. Not bad. Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs, but yeah, our Delta matches no known public pharmacology or toxicology records. I said results. That being said, chemically, it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant. I know the feeling. So it stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested. You say ingested. Why? I eliminated all other possibilities during my examination of the body. He must have swallowed it. The judging from his stomach contents, it must have been a liquid. Thank you, Dr. Shadow. So I summarize things for the court? Yes, please. I wasn't listening that closely. The victim died of respiratory failure. And his tox screen showed that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure, except for this unknown substance. The poison we've labeled Delta. Well, that sounds like textbook suicide. Should we wrap it up here? Not quite, Your Honor. This may clearly be poisoning, but at least there's one detail about this case that doesn't feel like suicide at all. The people shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about supposed suicide that had a witness sitting there watching it happen. As you say, but now I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not? If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine, unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves. How kind of you to offer. Okay. Okay. Every piece of information you learn deals you a card. Shoot only the questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing. Once you go bust and lose credit. Select a press option to see what the follow-up question would be. You can only win blackjack when you reach exactly 21. So don't press further if you're already there. Oh boy! Oh, this is intense. And don't ask the wrong questions. Whew! Are you sure Delta is to blame? Dr. Shadow, you were only able to even identify the presence of this Delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure that this never before seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Well, I have had time to run simulations, and they do give every indication that can act as a depressant. And just enough of these depressant and respiratory failure would occur. You've run simulations? So you haven't tested Delta on an actual person? No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do given our extremely limited sample, not to mention highly unethical. Of course. But without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you've described.
Was there a question in that statement, counselor? You don't actually know for sure, do you? No, not yet anyway. Um, but the side you said that the subject had to have just the delta orally. How can you show that it was but how sure can we actually be about that? Pretty sure? I mean, I can go into detail about all the cavities that I checked, but how can we show that how sure can we be that the subject ingested the delta knowingly? Well, we can't be sure of that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid, yes? Would it have been a huge amount? Large amount? Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have been just a drop. The kind of things that could easily go unnoticed, yes? Cause for speculation, Your Honor? Withdrawn. Aw, man, I wanted to jump on her case. Okay. Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're just still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Asher's death, wouldn't you say? But poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation. So there are other explanations for what happened. Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor. It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor. The witness will answer the question. Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illnesses. If he had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease and his respiratory system was weakened. Undiagnosed pneumonia, with his level of healthcare, is technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more questions for this witness. Like he's dying already? Detective Reyes, you're one of the leads in investigating this crime scene. Yes, ma'am. Did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene? I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home security console located in the kitchen. What did they find when they arrived on the scene? The victim was unconscious on the floor of his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who had called them. They were both airlifted to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Asher was declared dead shortly after arriving there. Wait a second. Could she have killed him during the CPR process? That's a possibility. What would be the motive? The witnesses met with the deceased about half an hour before they fell ill, from 7:30 to 8 p.m. So I was distracted. I was thinking of the possibility of the CPR thing, but I didn't read this. The two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Asher became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive. And during the same time period, drinking the same liquor, the witness exhibited no symptoms themselves. None. Through a collaborative effort with Noble Electronics' security division, we searched the entire building. We found nothing unusual with any of the food or drink on the premises, including the bottle that the witness and the deceased drank from. What was their ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene? The whiskey bottle was clean, the witness's drink was clean. The only person who got sick was Dr. Asher, drinking from a cup that he had prepared. It was our determination that David Asher committed suicide by poisoning himself. Okay. 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 Which is a lost your train of thought. We find it out via fun track. Oh boy. 6 from that? Definitely your honor. Right cup. You can't. Can you not like look at the cards? Look at this. It's 8 p.m. We have the drinks. No need for the winners to ever slip him something. Drink from a cup that he himself poisoned. Try if you ask me. Okay. Kitchen, the lab, the basement. Okay. No poison anywhere else. Sipped up the animated claims she can't actually support. All I need to do is point it out, and then I'll get to watch herself destruct, which should be fun. 3 p.m. Someone prepared the drinks. As Q counts, she almost made a salient point. We get points for that. Boy, I hope not. Otherwise, we don't get to do this. Off award. Damn, taking fucking hits. Up my cup, David's cup. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe it's just literally just look at the evidence itself here. Oh my god. Oh, that's probably better to do that. Let's call it inconclusive. Upright cup. Is the upright cup even here? Here it is. Signing for this match of Helen Jong. And then the poison. No registers found anyone in the crime scene or in David's penthouse. Okay. Okay. Wait, we can't look at the oh god, they fucked us over. He's the one who prepared their drinks. Okay. And there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. Okay. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Okay. It's pretty cut and dry if you ask me. Let's be sure we scan the kitchen, the lab, and the basement. There's no poison anywhere else. Oh, okay, we can do the red part. Okay, we'll do call over. Okay, that's into 8 p.m. Okay. He's the one who prepared their drinks. Okay, there's no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Seems pretty cut and dry if you ask me. So definitely not that one. Just to be sure, we scanned the kitchen, the lab, and the basement. Okay, and there was no poison anywhere else. Lab or the basement. Okay. So that doesn't go against what we found out. No additional traces found. Okay. His cup. What do we know about his cup? Toxicology proof inconclusive. Oh, wait. No. Yeah. The toxicology shows inconclusive, so we know that okay. Okay, we got it. So it's cup on going. Okay. Gotcha. Whew. Can't make that claim, not when the evidence record clearly shows the tests of Dr. Asher's cup were inconclusive. The hard thing about this case, with Ace Attorney, when you present something and you know that you're... In Ace Attorney, when you present something, you know that you're going to be... you present something that's, like, very clear cut, right? You click, they'll say something like, hey, it's A, right? And it's clear that it's B. In here, it's them saying it's A, and then you had to be like, you can't necessarily prove that it's A. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's B. You know, in Ace Attorney, they'll be like, oh, I watched from the living room to the kitchen. And then like, oh, we have a security cam of you walking from the living room to the dining room and not the kitchen, right? And you present that being like, that's a lie because this evidence proves that. In this game, it's structured, which makes this much harder. It's structured in the sense of, okay, you were saying that you have A to, what's it called? You have A to, you walked from the living room to the kitchen, and we have evidence showing that there's not, you can't necessarily make that claim. We don't have evidence necessarily that they walked to the dining room, but we have evidence to say that you can't 100% say that you walked from the living room to the kitchen. So I have to operate all these cases with the mindset that I'm not necessarily saying that I have the answer to their questions. I just have to be like, you're wrong. I don't have to say that I'm right. I have to say that they're wrong. And that makes it so much fucking harder. The police can't claim he drank from a poisoned cup without first proving that the cup was, in fact, poisoned. You're talking a lot of sense, lady. Does it resolve, or do you have a response, D.A. Rockford? Testing on the deceased cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. I'd be surprised the defense has any idea how else the poison could have been delivered to Dr. Asher alone. See, now they're putting the impetus back on us, and now we're gonna have to prove, if we have a chance, prove an alternative method. The sucks about this case is the most probable answer is the suicide. You know, it's not like we came in here being like there's some suspect stuff. We have enough information to know like, oh, there's definitely foul play. We're coming in here with there most likely was foul play, but even our main character doesn't 100% subscribe to the idea, and it is considering the possibility that this could have actually really been a suicide. Not this time, but that's the funny thing about the burden of proof. Is now in the defense. That's true. Not in real life, as we're all aware. Right, we all knew that. I definitely knew that. Is he playing a video game during this trial? Yeah, sure, okay. Now, the people are done bemoaning that Pusky innocent until proven guilty issue. Perhaps I can give my cross-examination. Fire away, baby. Fire away. Baby. Okay. Detective, we've been doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I asked this plainly out for the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Asher adding anything to his drink that night? No. Damn, that was a lot. It seems he had already poured for both of them by the time he returned to the parlor.
raised during the course of your investigation? Did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or parlor? No. Fast answer. Well, that was a pretty easy question. If we have found poison in the scene of the crime, that would be pretty important, don't you think? Loren's lab, his bedroom, or his basement? No, no, and no. We didn't find Delta in any other unusual substance in any part of his penthouse. At any point of investigation, was poison found on the body of the deceased? No. He must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials, eyedroppers? Did he have a wall on him? Why? Oh. Wait. Isn't it possible that Dr. Asher was poisoned off camera? Possible, I don't know how else it would have been done. That just goes to show it had to have been suicide. The only time he was off camera, he was all by himself. Ah, shit. Might certainly seem that way, yes. The only people you saw on the cameras that night were Dr. Asher and his witness, correct? Yeah, there was no footage in the house of anyone else. Are there any parts of the house that aren't recorded by camera? Sure. There are a number of rooms in the home's interior that don't have any cameras in them. So it's possible that there were other people there that night because the cameras weren't watching every room. No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator or the fire escape stairs, both of which are on camera. That still wouldn't get you past his front door, which is also on camera. No one beside the two of them was there that day. Thank you for enlightening the court about this point, Detective. What point? Well, I think it's strange, don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison? What do you mean, procure? Where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink. It cannot come from a thin air, you understand? It had to have been in another container at some point. Whatever it was in before, it probably evaporated. All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill. Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep it civil? In a minute, sure. There wasn't any pill bottle in his bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. How did he get it? What did he keep it in? The police want to claim Dr. Asher committed suicide because they've established that this guest never had an opportunity to kill him, but they failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself. And I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, counselor. And it didn't come from a syringe either. Dr. Asher was able to drip the poison right into his cup, straight from the source. Allow me to submit into evidence Exhibit G, a piece of machinery found in Dr. Asher's laboratory, sold under the production name Nanofacture. So that's how that's going to be brought in. Oh, I know this one. It's used in delicate scientific work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers. Okay. Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. Asher was well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it. With just a few taps, you can reduce any number of specific substances for his research, or any other chemicals his heart desired, really. You think Rancock mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals? Using the nanofacture to make unlicensed drugs does go against their terms and conditions, so Dr. Asher's warranty is certainly null and void. They can't hard code their machines to prevent the production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet. Dr. Asher died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug from some street vendor or order an exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time in the comfort of his own home. A quick, painless death, readily available in under a minute at the touch of a button. Specifically, preset 19. Damn. Seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. Before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment and put together a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it. Simple enough. We know that Dr. Asher left the parlor and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. That's when he got the whiskey and the cups they drank from. The camera show him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. And of course, we know he fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Any objections so far, counselor? That's not what I want. This. David Asher was Apollo on 7:36. 7:36. Upon was 7:40. Two of them continue speaking. Basic cops. 7:36. 7:40. The basement at 7:36. The whiskey. So in 4 minutes he made the drug. Are we going to argue that's very unlikely? Because it's impossible with what so far that we know, I think. Not this time, no. The timeline you described is accurate as we know it. As you say, latest piece of evidence, we now know that Asher could have easily dispensed the poison directly into his cup, by placing it inside a nanofactor, activating the preset and simply waiting 2 minutes. Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera from 7:36 to 7:40. Wouldn't you say? Ooh, a complete time of events. He had the means, he had the only opportunity. Seems like we're about ready to wrap up here, no? Where are we on the loading bar of yours, Sarah? Adonai, I had a feeling you'd say that. Well, counselor? Are we done here? What would it be missing? $7.36 goes from the basement. You have to go from the lab to the basement, get the drinks, come back up, start the process maybe 2 minutes in. So 7:36, 7:30. Say get down there, that's 7:36, come back up here, 7:38, come back up there, 7:40. Is that 19? The argument so far is foolproof. The people's arguments more or less paint a complete picture. Very big of you to admit it, so are we done here? Here's what I would say. If goddamn they had to establish a motive already. Smooth recovery, Adonai. Alright, I knew that. I wasn't getting excited to finish early or anything. And I'm taking hits. This is a preliminary hearing, counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so this feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollars to get us all down here for debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know? So, I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through the next part. What are you talking about? Your Honor, if it pleases the court. Ooh, new evidence? Give me. This is a recording of a phone conversation dated. No, he's bringing in his ex. A phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night between the deceased man and deceased and a man he was in a relationship with, a man named Isaac Porter. Fuck. Fuck. Relevance, Your Honor? Yeah, that. What bearing does this recording have on the case at hand? It establishes what emotional state the deceased was in on the day he died. Boy. Cool. Begin playback. Hello? Always so soft spoken. Isaac, you there? Yeah. Yeah, I'm here. What's wrong? Don't know, because I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? Do you mean to call me? Yeah, I did. You gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah, how you've been? Christ, David. What's the matter? Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry. Whatever you did. That's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I just don't want any more apologies from you. I'm sorry. Okay. I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. What do you mean? I shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary. My bad, man, for not taking the hints. With you, it's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way, so you can keep working. Isaac, if I've been distant with you, or nah, you haven't been distant with me, or cold with me, or anything with me for a while now. Isaac, just forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all, yeah? Let's just forget we were ever anything but strangers. That's all we are now anyway. Isaac, recently I've been distracted, I know. Nah, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Oh. Okay. So do you need anything, or should I? Where did you even get this? All of Dr. Asher's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's Pronuba system. The recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended for quality assurance. Shall we hear the rest? Gotta be the last time. Last time I let someone. The last time. Father. That was depressing. Can we finish up without anything else that horrible? Oof. Less than 2 hours before Dr. Asher died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship over the phone. The court can make the reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. Asher was in that last night. Then if people have nothing further to add, ooh, you got her mad. You thinking you can look down on Miss Evangeline Morgan? It's about time for me to call my first witness. No. You want to keep going after that? What are you doing, counselor? Just calling the ultimate silver bullet, rock solid, slam dunk witness a girl could ask for. Is he here good? Does it matter where I put my hands? Miss Darling, thank you for coming here today. Of course, whatever I can do. What is your relation to the deceased? I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communications between him and other departments, that sort of thing. Ultimate silver bullet. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. Asher. Please answer them to the best of your ability. Right. Dr. Asher was a well-known public figure, but he was well regarded professionally? Of course. Dr. Asher's work set the bar for the entire automated dependent world. Stay focused, Spearmint. You say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express an intent to harm him? Objection calls for speculation. Intent? I'm feeling that there's gonna be... Sustained! Did anyone ever threaten him? There were times when he was a focus of negative attention. How so? Dr. Asher was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theorists. With all his contributions to the field, it was easy for them to make claims about his influence. They say that his work was plagiarized, that he was hiding illegal subcommands in the technology he helped develop. People would contact him about this conspiracy theories. Relevance? Whether or not people wanted to kill him? Well... Withdrawn. Misstalling? People would attempt to contact him, yes, but their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They would say that he belonged in jail or that he couldn't avoid the truth, or that someone should do something to shut him up. Did they ever talk about hurting him? Yes, but I always turn those messages straight over to the police. Yeah, I'm seeing that one on the record. Yeesh, who writes this stuff? All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honor. None of the parties involved have had contact with David Asher in years. Police have taken harassment very seriously. Something you want to add, Counselor? Just clearing my throat. May I continue? You worked with Dr. Asher for many years. Did you have a relationship outside of work? Did you ever talk about anything besides professional concerns? Sure, we've gone out to dinner or met on the weekends. I think he liked to pick my brain since he needed relationship advice a lot, even if he didn't realize that was what he was asking for. I like to think he knew he could talk to me, but did he ever talk to you or to your knowledge anyone about him hurting himself? God, no, never. Do you know any history he might have had with mental illness, depression, anxiety? No. So when you heard that people argue that Dr. Asher had done this to himself, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. You're saying that you can't believe. Objection. Uh-oh. On what grounds? Asked and answered. Stalling. And also, people have documents that would be of interest to the court in this matter. Juicy, in what matter specifically are you referring to? The deceased's mental health history. We have private correspondence that describe, if they're private, then they should not have been obtained by the people without his permission. He can't give permission if he's already dead, and we're well within our rights to obtain evidence as it pertains to his crime. God damn it. Convincing. Where are you on that footage? 77%. Approximately. Alright. I have here messages between Dr. Asher and a psychiatrist he was meeting with and speaking to for the past year, along with paperwork detailing how this treatment was covered under his platinum plan. Okay. Didn't we already go over that with platinum plan? Oh wait, we just updated it. I see. I don't intend to air all of Dr. Asher's secrets here in the court. Oh, okay, I guess. I am prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls, which when put together paint a clear picture of the kind of stress David Asher was experiencing, and the dark thoughts he was struggling with. Uh-oh. I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections. Wait, what? Transcript of his phone calls? I gladly object. On the grounds of foundation, where did you say you got this? It was retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt his authenticity. Even if I were to point out that David had an executive level 4, not a platinum plan. What? Whew. That's what got me. I was like, I've heard that plan. I was like, was it really platinum though? Yeah, where's the executive level one? I had that here somewhere. There you go. Executive level 4 plan. There you go. What? Really? Really? Yes, really. It's all there on the record. This is easily explained. David had an executive plan that Noble managed for him. And he was also seeing the psychiatrist both in person and over the phone. Your own witness attested that he dealt with stalkers and was worried for his privacy. So it's easy enough to reason that he had his own separate insurance policy he paid for on his own. Even if only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp. Sure, easy enough to make that assumption, but doesn't make it correct. David used a separate insurance to hide his psychiatrist from Noble's spying? No, he was smarter than that. David had no need to seek outside psychiatric care, not when he had such an incredible android at home. After that, I have no training in psychiatric care whatsoever. Can't even do pep talks? Even if she did, you'd bound to be help counselor. That's against straws like that. What's the last thing I have? Something. Can I present this on? Does it have to be on the last point? Okay. Oh, I took evaluate. I meant to take. God damn it! I meant to take recorded calls. I hit evaluation accidentally. David, maybe I've been wanted private psychiatrist, someone who didn't work for Noble, who would have been his best interest at heart. I could have sworn I picked the recorded calls, because recorded calls means that everyone, his whole entire house has been recorded, so he wouldn't be able to hide that he was seeking a psychiatrist. Would have been his best interest at heart, but even so, he wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. Now he knew all his phone calls were being recorded. That's what I thought I picked. God damn it, I picked evaluation instead. David Asher was well versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by data-hungry parasites. Do you really think he would have tried and hide mental health problems from them with a second insurance policy? Apparently, yes, since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that. Does it though? Pardon me? Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, counselor? They're not done decrypting? Well, it's difficult to... Right. Okay. I'm not trying to muddle the issue or confuse the court, Your Honor, and I would never make outlandish, substantiated claims just for the sake of causing drama. Yeah, you would. What are you... I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in an act of corporate espionage. What? If the markets were to open Monday with people believing that David Asher, the man who programmed the brain of every Noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months? Objection, mischaracterization, foundation, all the rest? There are no corporate spies in this courtroom, counselor, and there are no boogeymen hiding under the bench. Oh, thank God. David Asher was a once-in-a-generation intellect and an extremely valuable human aspect to his employers. And his employees, many enemies would do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can't defend himself. And he was also your personal... You shouldn't even be here arguing this case in the first place, counselor. Now you're trying to call the police's evidence gathering into question? All because you can't admit for the past several months your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you didn't know? That is... Oh, sorry, but like, you still need me up here? The witness will refrain from interrupting when girls are fighting. Yes, ma'am. The girls are fighting. No talking.
Let's see. Let's move this chair closer. There you go. Get more comfortable. Okay. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning if the court will allow. That seems cool with me. And my evidence, Your Honor, will it be entered into the record? I'd like to hear a bit more testimony before deciding. That's fine, Your Honor. As you were, Counselor. Miss Dolan, we're all gathered here to try and figure out what happened to Dr. Asher last night. So please tell us, where exactly did he last? See you? Not headquarters. Definitely not media headquarters. Where did he last contact you? No, not see you. When was the last time you had contact with Dr. Asher, Miss Darling? That's pretty easy to figure out. Let me just... Yeah, it was last night at 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth. The records of these texts, but they are flagged as work-related. Does this court really think they're relevant, Your Honor? That's not what I want. Wait, 6:57 p.m. When was the phone call? Yeah, it's relevant. It was after the breakup call? You're telling me he had a... You're talking to after the breakup call? It will be the most important piece of evidence in this whole trial. What? It's in between when he had his breakup call and he quote-unquote decided to kill himself, right? Yeah. I just got chills. Don't know why, though. Must be a coolant tank. The defense doesn't know what they're talking about. On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that changes the time and events as we know them. We know what happened to David last night, generally speaking, but the order of events is critical, especially if Emma wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Okay. Thanks to Miss Sterling, we've gotten a much clearer picture of the night's events. We know that Isaac Porter and David Asher broke up at 6:30 p.m. And I was rooting for them so hard. Me too. Well, nah, they were incompatible, I think. I think David needs some work before he can be in a relationship. Well, he needed some work. He no longer needs work. And we know that David messaged Miss Sterling at 6:57 p.m. David is on camera with a witness from 7:30 to 8 p.m. and he was declared dead not long after. People don't object to that timeline of events. We do question Counselor Morgan's reason for belaboring it. One last question, Miss Sterling. Yeah? What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Asher? Well, actually, we talked about you. Now he wanted you to have his android. That android there. Putting his affairs in order, I guess. It might appear that way. Can you specify what his instructions were exactly? How did he want this done? Well, he wanted me to bring you into his pet house and help you get set up as the android's new owner. Yes, Miss Sterling, but when did he want this happen? Well, he said it was pretty urgent, and so I should do it the first thing Tuesday morning. Tuesday? First thing Tuesday morning. David Asher didn't like doing anything on Mondays. And he was going to be in attendance? Well, actually, yes, he said he would work from home to help us. No way he intended for us to have that much trouble getting to... He wasn't going to kill himself. Oh.
To summarize then, half an hour after he'd already had his breakup and half an hour before his guest had arrived, he was planning an appointment that would require his presence with you for next Tuesday. That's right, he was. Not something you would think of if you were going to plan on dying that very night. Yeah, you're right. That's, Your Honor, if David Asher was preparing for the week ahead for a mere hour before he passed away, don't you think the people's assumptions about this mental state ought to be re-examined? Your logic is sound. Do people have a rebuttal? If the court will allow just a moment. If we assume that Dr. Asher was not suicidal and therefore did not kill himself, we must then ask ourselves who else had the means, motive, and opportunity to take his life. Until now, we've been for granted this idea that the Delta must have come from his manufacturer, from inside the house. Adonai. Not right now. But even if that's true, which it may not be, that doesn't mean that he was the only one who used a manufacturer. Adonai. Would you allow me one moment to confer, Your Honor? Sure, why not throw away your momentum? I'm in the middle of something, Sarah. I can't afford to let Rockford have gained access to the hard drive's files. What? Seriously? As I said, progress with this type of encryption is exponential. It can be difficult to estimate. Right, okay. Do you have the footage from last night? I have the file. Have you watched it? I thought you'd want to know right away. I suppose it doesn't matter. Either this has a silver bullet, and we've got a case, or it doesn't, and everything falls apart. That seems quite risky. It's the least risky path to victory we have. Screw it. Upload to the court computer. We're not even gonna look at it beforehand? Yes, Adonai. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm awake. I'm getting pretty hefty chunk of video data for breakfast. You're submitting security footage into evidence? New security footage? The police corroborated with the witness's testimony using the house's cameras. Security cameras installed by Noble as part of the Penumbra system that showed the parlor, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home system. You... what? The people say that Delta must have been in Dr. Asher's cup because there's no other way for him to have ingested it, but we never saw him or anyone else put anything in his cup on camera, because he must have poisoned his own drink off camera. Exactly. What? That's the only possible explanation, that he added the Delta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside the manufacturer, activated it, waited 2 minutes, and then walked upstairs to his death. But I'm about to present the court footage retrieved from his basement. Footage that would show that by the time he retrieved the cups in the basement, it was already past 7:38, meaning he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself. One clip of footage will prove all that. Oh boy. Okay. The data has been entered into the court record. Sarah, show us when Dr. Asher entered the basement. Yes, Adonai, I'll search for it now. Here. On screen. That's the bar, and the timestamp is 7:36. There, David's grabbing the bottle of Rose River and leaving at 7:37. Just under the wire, as it were. Did he have the cups with him? Is there sound? None at all. Keep going. If he had to go back to get the cups. Counselor. What's that android doing on camera? It's at the bar. The android gave him the cups. That machine never stopped on camera upstairs, not once. We don't know its whereabouts the day of his death. It could have poisoned the cups whenever it wanted. What is this? I don't understand. Your Honor, I have the courtroom cleared. Understood. Please, someone. I don't know what's going on. Sarah, you need to shut down. Please tell me what I'm looking at. I don't remember any of that. Do we have a callers available? Shut down now. Adonai, please, tell me what That's an order. Is it off? Yeah, it's off. I've seen this before. It won't do anything until I reactivate it. We don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore. That's Your Honor. In the light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Asher and end this preliminary hearing. It has been more abundantly clear that David Asher did not commit suicide. Very well, the charges are withdrawn and the defendant is free to go. Well, as free as he can be in the afterlife. This case is dismissed. Congratulations, Counselor Morgan. Jeez. Yay, we won. Woo. Thank you for coming here on such a short notice, Judge Barrows. Ah, as if I'm doing you some kind of favor. I didn't realize I had any choice in this matter. Isn't some bad joke, is it, Miss Rockford? I'm afraid not, Your Honor. You know, I like the adjutants I always have. They deal with the criminal trials so that bookish, quiet, contemplative people like me can spend all day typing up arguments for obscure legal treatises. That's what I like to do. These go against each other, kind of. Like action movies, my type of lady. What did we just... Council. I don't like coming down here and dealing with all this heavy-handedness. I certainly don't like making rulings on anything as spicy as AI. And you, Counselor Morgan, you're the one it's registered to? That's correct, Your Honor. What did it do exactly? Torture an animal, shut down a hospital, crash a coin market? We have it on camera poisoning a man, killing its creator. You mean Dr. Asher? That is... We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. All we can do is to try and wrap it up quickly. Let's make haste. Adjutant, do you have the case number? Case ID 241277. A docket number YT89843188282. Oh, thank you. Can you repeat that? YT9843188282. I think I lost you after the first 8. I have it copied here. What are the security procedures for an incident of this nature? A data quarantine has already been established around any networks the subject was exposed to for more than 66 seconds. All offending hardware is to be destroyed immediately through incineration at a minimum temperature of 3,422 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. Oof. That sounds very hot. Do you have a furnace that gets that hot? Of course, there are a number of industrial furnaces within the city limits that I could recommend. Right, Morgan? I'm sorry? I was just saying how grateful I am that we have the procedures for this kind of thing all laid out already. Yep, keeps things nice and simple. I feel it's somewhat severe going through these steps so quickly, but nothing, Your Honor. Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to human civilization that the sanctity of life there's ever been. Any piece of software, big or small, no matter the vessel, if it can violate the tenets it was programmed with, it has the potential to cripple a nation in a matter of moments. Not incorrect. Yes, couldn't have said it better myself. Straight from the textbook, almost. Well, I mean it. Monsters like that don't belong in this world. They should never have been born in the first place. Destroying them is a kindness. Are you speaking for her, or are you speaking for you? And if anyone's to blame, it's... No one's blaming you, Counselor. You couldn't have known you were in possession of an AI. Ah, it's her. Oh, she's like straight up like a... No, not sociopath. It'd be psychopath, wouldn't it? Yeah, we're gonna call this Morgan. What was that, Counselor? I said objection. And what are you objecting to? What are you doing, Morgan? I'm a defense attorney. This is what I do. I understand you've been through a lot these past few hours, Counselor, but there's nothing to defend. On the contrary, Your Honor, I have to defend myself. Pardon? You say this android Sarah is an AI because it broke its tenets. Obviously. And you believe it broke its tenets because of this newly discovered footage that appears to show it committing murder via poison. True, no laws broken on your part. Oh. Don't you dare try and entrap me on this. It's pretty simple, actually. The state is making the claim that Sarah's an AI. They're accusing me of committing a felony because I'm the legal owner of that android. What the hell are you doing? And that state wants to charge me with owning an AI. I will not take that lying down. I know my rights. Counselor, your argument is defeating. Listen to yourself, Counselor. You claim that Sarah is just an android, a product that will be obsolete within a year. But you've only known it for a few hours. You've only owned it for for a matter of minutes. And here you are risking a felony charge to save it from being demolished. Because you're wrong. And I know you wouldn't care. Not unless this android was something special. It was funny if it wasn't so fun. This damn girl, you crazy. You think there's no reason I'd want to save this android from destruction? Other than feelings of personal attachment? I can think of at least one reason why I don't have to turn Sarah into slag. One very convincing reason. One very convincing number. What is that? That number is Sarah's estimated financial value on the collector's market. You've got to be. I got it from an insurance evaluation algorithm. They're designing to lowball you. That doesn't seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your android intact. It's a free country, Your Honor. I have a right to defend myself. We have a free market, so I have to responsibly defend my financial interests. Your Honor, a trial like this would be... I'm not going to let you turn this courtroom into a circus, Morgan. You can't spend the next half-decade bringing in expert after expert to testify on the philosophical distinctions between AIs and ads, spiraling into appeal after appeal, all while the media, this machine, appears to have willingly killed a man. The public needs answers now. Of course, Your Honor. I have neither desire nor the resources to get into a drawn-out battle with the state over what constitutes an illegal machine intellect. So, The state says my android, my property, killed a man in violation of its tenets, so they want to take my property and destroy it. I'll prove that my machine didn't harm anyone, so the state will have no reason to suspect it's an AI, and I'll get to keep my property. Unlawful seizure thwarted. Don't be cute. I feel a stomach ulcer coming on. Fine. You'll have your day in court, but it'll be one day, tomorrow. Prove that this machine didn't kill Dr. Asher. No, prove that it couldn't have killed him. Anything less than absolute proof and I'll have this damn thing obliterated. And you'll also be looking at a very real sentencing for the public unrest you'll have enabled. Yes, Your Honor. D.A. Rockford, what I'm asking of you is just as heavy. Find the truth by the end of tomorrow. We can't settle for anything else. Win or lose, there can only be no doubts about the outcome of this case. Yes, Your Honor. And now I need to go lie down. Can I come? You can power down. Morgan. I misjudged you. At what point? Whenever I wrote you off as some small-time defense attorney just trying to tread water, that is so sweet of you to say, Emma. There's layers to you. You've got backbone. Teeth, even. You're gonna make me blush. People will talk about your kind like you're boxing against the state, fighting the man. But most defense attorneys wouldn't know a cyberpunk if they walked up to them on the street and shot them. Meanwhile, you've just signed up to do 15 rounds challenging the state's authority. Why? Not sure exactly. For David? Yeah, probably. Probably just me being sentimental. It's about the movies! It's because they both liked watching movies! But if I had to pick a more lofty reason, well, I think it's all the moralizing. People can be evil. They can choose to do evil things for evil reasons. And if you want to execute them for that, you'll hear no complaint from me. But animals can't be evil. Information can't be evil. Ideas can't be evil. Guess I'm not convinced AI can be evil either. Yeah, sure. Whatever else I get up to, I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world. You're more high-minded than I realize. You sure you're in the right line of work? Can't see myself doing anything else. Because also, if she gets Sarah off, then she's kind of like making herself look innocent as well, in a sense. She's making everyone says, oh, that she's programmed to do this, that she's faulty. So she's like, no, she's not faulty. Then she's kind of equating herself to Sarah, being like, I'm also not faulty. Although she kind of still probably thinks that she's faulty, but she's just like, I can get a small win from myself. By defending, it's like almost like defending myself if I defend Sarah. And what's better than proving, quote unquote, myself, quote unquote, innocent against my rival? When I know I'm guilty of things. Can't see myself doing anything else. Good luck, Morgan. There are book burners on all sides these days. Let's go. Real case is actually starting. Although we are gonna be ending. I think we're gonna end it. How long is this case? How long is this case? I feel like this is long. I don't know. I think we could stop here. Is this like how long is this case? Hold on. Here's what we'll do. I'll just do this. Not looking ahead. I'll just look at if I look up. Because I can't tell, with these episodes, I can't tell if it breaks it apart as if it just like stops. Because technically we did win the case of David Asher's no longer being a suicide. Right? but I can't tell if that means that I can't tell if that means that there's more to this than meets the eye, you know. Let's see. I think we're good. I think okay. Okay. All right. I see where we at, and then I see I haven't got spoiled of who did anything good, but I have confirmed I still got another like I still got another full stream of this to do. So we'll stop here. Oh boy. Yeah, we got plenty. And considering the speed at which I play, aka slow, we'll stop here. All right, we going to move here. All right. So I saved. I can quit. On. Yeah. We can quit now. Let's see, find someone to raid. We are going to say hi to. Oh, let's go say hi to Trunk. Let's see how she's doing. Yeah, that'll work. That sounds like a good plan. Okay. I don't know what my schedule is for the rest of this week. Is this gonna be kind of like a how do I put this? Up in the air, depending on how things are. If I do stream tomorrow, it'll be teaming Cuthbert. If I do stream Wednesday, it will be sort of the if I do stream Thursday, it'll be Chibi Robo. And if I do stream Friday or Saturday, no, it wouldn't be Saturday, probably Friday. If I do stream Friday, it would be DK Bonanza. Those would be the ifs. Those are big iffies. I'm not sure even when I'm going to stream. It may be early in the day, actually, depending on how things are for. Not Tuesday. Tuesday would be normal time, but it would be not around normal time. But the Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday would not necessarily be the times that I normally stream. But we'll see. Oh, that's right. I don't work on Fridays. Anyway, that's it for today. I actually expected to get this game done in 2 streams, but I think the first day I played this episode 1, I did not play as much as I probably could have. But we still actually have a lot of content anyway, so we'll be playing this again next week, which will be fun. Anyway, bye.